Ciao a tutti. This is Prof. Joe at Prof. Joe Explains, and also Surviving the Survivor. Joel Waldman will be joining us shortly. I think maybe he's caught up in traffic, and so far he's not missing anything because court hasn't started. But we are co-doing this on both our channels, and I'm going to try to watch the chat on each if I can. But once the trial starts, I'm going to be spending most of the time just trying to follow the trial. If you watched yesterday was really a big day in terms of testimony. There was more financial information going to show that Kouri was in deep financial trouble before Eric's death. Kouri's lover at the time also testified, Robert Josh Grossman, and he also was pretty interesting. He seemed pretty emotional. He was kind of fidgety on the stand, but I think he held up pretty well. And he provided what I think was some damning evidence against Kouri. And then the cross-examination tried to limit the damage. I thought the cross was effective. The prosecutor who was on, a former prosecutor who was on, and I never know names, so Joel's going to have to cut in and give the name, thought that the cross was really not good and that it helped the state much more than it helped the defense. If you saw it yesterday, I think you can form your own judgment about it. I'm certainly willing to defer to her since she has much more trial experience than I.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning. We're about to kick off day 9 here.
Counsel for the defendant are present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything? Okay.
I like that he does that
Bramwell, correct?
before he starts.
Okay.
I really think it's
Let's
a good
invite
way
the
to
jury.
do it,
Yeah.
to air any issues that might be coming up, and he does it consistently.
Still can't get over. I've never seen a mirror in a courtroom. I can't get over that. We had he finished. I had to leave very end of the day, Joe, and I think you left right after me. But the Paramore Josh Grossman is done. So do we know? Did someone else take the stand late in the day yesterday after I signed off?
No, it was he in the cross, and I
Okay.
try to think. No, I think he ended the day.
Okay. So I mean, we might be getting to the walk the dog letter.
I hope so. I've been looking forward to this. You know, she was all in pale colors. Yesterday, she had on that sweater that had at least black and white. And today, she's in a bright color for, I think, the first time. I wonder if they're doing that in some ways deliberately. I mean, the darker color may attract attention to her and away from testimony.
Yeah. Thank you very much. A lot of people are asking. I had to go get an MRI. No results yet. I have a disc, but no results. But I appreciate you asking. Yeah, I would say thank you to Jerry Michael for the membership's longtime STSer. Appreciate it. Just so you know, I'm also monitoring. So the Alexander brothers closings are happening, and there's going to be a government rebuttal, and then it's going to go to the jury. So we'll get a verdict maybe today or tomorrow in the Alexander brothers. Probably more likely tomorrow after basically.
Have a seat.
You think it's going to be a quick verdict?
I really don't know.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Urbina.
Murray Bramwell, please.
Yeah, there'll
Bramwell,
be.
good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
There will be an Alexander Brothers video under the video tab probably in the next 30 minutes, and then I'll obviously update it with a verdict.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Like that, the pains and penalties are perjury.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Marie Bramwell, Bramwell.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of law do you practice?
Domestic relations.
Does that include divorce work?
Yes.
And Is your practice located in Heber?
Yes, it is.
I want to turn your attention to May of 2021. Were you doing that same law practice at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what is the name of your law firm?
Gordon Law Group.
What is your firm practice related to when you're starting an attorney-client relationship, when you would collect a retainer payment?
Normally, there is an initial consultation, and after that meeting, then we would collect a retainer.
What's the approximate cost for that retainer?
It's normally $5,000.
What is, so you mentioned after that initial consult, is that consult typically done in person?
Yes, it is, typically.
And would that retainer agreement or the retainer payment be collected then after the initial consult?
Normally it is, yes.
Okay. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes,
And have you met with her?
yes, I have.
Was that on May 3rd of 2021?
That sounds correct.
Did you have any other in-person meetings with Kouri Richins?
I don't believe so.
Did you, after that initial meeting, did you subsequently exchange emails with Kouri Richins?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever meet with her in person again?
I don't believe so.
You emailed with her approximately 5 times between May of 21 and January of 22. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
And she emailed you about 4 times in that same time frame. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Other than those communications, did you speak with her at any other time?
I don't believe I did.
If
This is
someone decides
interesting.
not to move forward with your firm in an attorney-client relationship manner for any reason, would a retainer be returned to them?
Yes.
Okay. Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 4-20, please.
I was
Do you
going to say,
recognize this?
privilege would cover anything here.
If you could
It-
scroll all the way down for her, Scott. I don't know. Oh, it's my screen. I'm sorry. You can see the whole thing.
Yes, it appears to be a check issued from Gordon Law Group.
And is the check made out to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
We'll move to admit 4-20.
Oh, no objection, I'm sorry.
4-20 is admitted.
Most
Ma'am,
of
those
it
are all my
pretty
questions
clear.
for you.
Ms. Lewis.
Katie, could you pull up State's Exhibit 4-18 for the witness? You recognize that, Ms. Bramwell?
Yes, I do.
And is that your bio that's used for the Gordon Law Group?
Yes, it is.
And could we publish that, or could I move to admit it and then publish it?
No objection.
4-18 is admitted.
Can you blow it up, Katie, so I can? Yes, maybe I should step up here. My eyes, not what they used to be. Okay, so according to your bio, you practice law also in the areas of water law, boundary issues, easement, and property issues, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's all we have, nothing further.
Just one question. Were you doing those types of cases in 2021?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so it was just the domestic relations then at that time.
Primarily.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Bramwell, thanks for your time. You're free to go.
Joe, purpose of this witness?
Counsel.
Yeah, it looks like it may be that the defense is going to claim that Kouri might
Your
have.
Honor, we have a
consulted
phone
her-
call that we would like to play. It states
Not
Exhibit
about domestic relations?
2-95D. We've
But
laid the
about-
foundation for these calls through other witnesses.
something related to
We
property.
object. I think these phone calls need to come in through a witness, and I know this phone call's between two particular people, and they haven't admitted it through any witness. I think there will be witnesses coming up that they may be able to admit it through, but I object to it being played at this time.
Would you approach for me?
Because otherwise, why would they be focusing on the fact that her practice was beyond domestic relations? My only guess is they may claim that Kouri didn't consult her about divorce.
Well, excuse me. There we go. You see Brad Bloodworth, Kathy Nestor on either side. They've been battling each other in this courtroom. Again, Kathy Nestor, also the attorney for Tyler Robinson, the assassin accused in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So she's got her plate full here. She was just talking about phone calls, I believe, Joe,
Yeah, phone
right?
calls. Yeah, usually you have to have a witness on the stand to introduce an exhibit. And that's what she's saying. Maybe you can bring a witness, maybe there will be one, but you don't have one yet. And she's generally right. You just don't introduce exhibits without somebody on the stand.
Right.
But we'll see.
Was it so? It was Kathy Nestor's objection there.
Objection, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just so you guys know, the rest of the day, in 1 hour, I've got actually 3 back-to-back calls. I don't know how that happened, so I'll be out of pocket for a little bit, starting at 12:45. Tonight, it's either going to be the Alexanders, but there's also, believe it or not, news in the Savannah Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie case. Savannah Guthrie went back. She was on the Today Show set this morning, not working, but talking to colleagues. So she's back in New York, at least for a day. That made some news, and there's some news that Brian Enton broke about, again, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos refusing the help of the quote-unquote Cajun Navy. So we're either going to do Nancy Guthrie tonight at 7, or I'm going to see what happens with the Alexander brothers, because part of what I was trying to do or did last night, which the COE is posting momentarily, is also the Alexander brothers. I did a recap of the closings. By the way, the other night we had a lieutenant commander in the SWAT division retired from Pima County. So you guys know I like to go on little tangents, and I was asking him, and it turned into like a 5-7 minute segment about what makes an amazing SWAT sniper, and it was really interesting. So I told the COE, because I have a tendency to maybe digress a little bit, and I know it drives you guys crazy, but we're going to put those up as shorter videos because I don't know, I can't be the only one fascinated by that. So we'll put that up as well. And then tomorrow, STS Nation, as always, please help me out in the chat. Karm is back tomorrow, back and better than ever. We will do like a 1 p.m. show Eastern. And Karm called me agitated last night. What are we doing on Friday? I gave her 3 choices. I said, we're either doing Nancy Guthrie, because you guys are about the same age. We're doing the Alexander brothers, because one of the friends lives in your building. Or we're doing Kouri Richins, because that's a trial that we're covering. So let me know what you would like Karm to discuss tomorrow.
So does Brian Enton, Joel, make you a little reminiscent about doing actual reporting work in the field?
No.
Do you miss it a little watching him?
Yeah, I do. But am I hearing like Exorcist
Yeah, I
music in
keep
the
trying
background?
to turn them off.
What is that?
That was church bells.
Oh, that's you. Oh, all right. I
I
wasn't
put
far.
myself on mute for a while, but then I came back to ask a question, and the church bells weren't done yet.
Well, you know what? I love it. Now that I
I
know
do
they're
too.
Italian church bells, I absolutely love it. But that's funny because I said The Exorcist. I wasn't that far off.
Yeah, if I'd been on a little early, you would have heard the person in the street playing, I think it was a banjo, and singing Italian songs.
What the hell do I need to move to like a just a quaint little Italian village, maybe, or a New Zealand.
Well, it's got its attractions. We went to lunch. Went to a lunch today, and their waiters were just so cute. And then they brought us limoncello and plates of cookies at the end. No charge.
Have you ever thought about actually moving there? Is that something you would
No,
consider?
well, if I could have a car and I could have air conditioning and I could have heat at whatever level I wanted, and a full-size refrigerator and a full-size stove and a full-size microwave
Yeah.
and great internet, I would give it more thought. But I'm too tied to the
Yeah.
ease of life in the States.
Us Americans we don't have a extra large refrigerator, an extra large TV, extra large cable plan.
There you go.
It's no good. Yeah, it's really kind of sad.
But here
Ladies
they
and
go
gentlemen,
out and
there's a couple
shop
of legal
every day.
issues I
You
need
know,
to sort out. If I sort them
By the way,
out
does
now,
anyone know
it
how
will
tall
make the rest
Judge
of
is?
the
I wanna
day
know how
more
tall this
efficient.
judge is. He
I
looks super
appreciate your
tall.
patience. Please rise for the jury.
I'm meaning to ask that. The guy looks like he's 6'5".
he's on a platform, though. Remember,
That's true. But primetime KCL, I bet you know how tall this judge is for some reason. I feel like you know this. Primetime.
he's a skier, and he's on a ski emergency team. I think when somebody is stranded, I guess on the slopes.
That's interesting because we have Greg Scortis, who actually represented Eric
folks,
Richins'
have a seat.
family, and he's on
We're
ski
still
patrol.
On the record. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for interrupting you. I think this would just be an easier way to have the conversation that we were having. Go ahead, complete your thought for me. Regarding jail calls.
Well, there's hearsay in this call also from the other party,
That will be true with every call. And so we'll need to come up with an instruction for the jury about how they are to treat the other side of each of these calls.
all right, well, I guess our objection is that these calls could and should be introduced through an actual witness. Playing them randomly, I think is confusing for the jury.
May we stay focused on this particular call for a moment to tease out your position on that? So this is 2-95.
I'd like to look at that again, but I also think that
Hold on, I wasn't finished with my
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
My apologies. This
You
is
take large
2-95.
Yes, sir.
What was the number again?
295D. 295D.
Okay, so 2-95D, as I understand it, the state is seeking to play now because it relates to Ms. Richins having contacted Ms. Bramwell. Is that fairly stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so I think, I understand the state's position. Playing it at any other time than directly following Ms. Bramwell's testimony would be confusing. That's what I'm gathering from the state's position.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So take it from there, Ms. Lewis.
I'd like to, I haven't looked at this call in a couple of days, so I'd like to look at it, but I also think by introducing these things without a witness on the stand is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. When we introduce these randomly, we can't cross-examine anyone about these calls.
Well,
That's
you're talking
not
about
true.
foundation or content?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you talking about cross-examining regarding foundation or content?
Content.
Well, the content, the part that's being admitted for the truth, is your own client's statements. So the confrontation problem doesn't exist there.
Right.
And if we instruct the jury not to consider the other half of the conversation for the truth, there's no confrontation issue there either.
Well, if they were to call the witness, who is the other half of the conversation, and introduce the call through the witness, then we would have an opportunity to cross-examine regarding the phone call.
But not if the other half of the call isn't being admitted as substantive evidence. They're not admitting the other half of the conversation as substantive evidence of anything. And moreover, I'm going to be instructing the jury that they can't consider the other half of the call as substantive evidence. I think I have to, under the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, I still believe that we need to have the call through a witness. If they were to call the person who testified, the person who's on the other half of the call, then we would have the right to cross-examine them about the content of the call. And we don't know what that evidence would be. There may be more to this call or more context to this call that the other that the individual can explain. By just randomly playing calls, we don't have any opportunity to cross-examine anyone or do anything with these calls, and then the jury just takes these calls as without an opportunity for us to put in any explanation about these.
Yeah,
calls.
I feel like you're intentionally ignoring the fact that I'll be instructing the jury to not consider the other half of the call. But I understand your position, and you have to acknowledge that you have the power to subpoena the people on the other side of the call if you want to.
Exactly.
But let's stay focused on the half that the jury would be allowed to consider from each of these calls, and that's your client's own statement.
I need a moment to look at this call again. I haven't looked at it in a couple of days. Is that all right?
Of course.
Foundation
Might take me a minute.
is simply the witness being able to
Can I see it at the same time?
confirm that the call is
There was something that
as,
was on the screen just now.
is as the recording sounds.
Scott.
You can have someone establish the foundation who's not a party to the call. A police officer who says, we took it at this time, this is the recording, and I can verify that this recording was made at this time between these two people. So that's foundation. The other part of it is the content of the call. And the defense says, well, if you don't put the witness on as the other party to the call, we
And then
can't.
somebody else on your team is going to provide me and opposing counsel with the transcript of Ms. Gibson's testimony.
Okay, I'm
regarding-
confused.
Yeah.
I was getting you that you want to see the exhibit itself first.
Forgive me, somebody flashed it. I think Katie flashed the content of the call on the screen. And so if Ms. Lewis is looking at it, I'm going to be in the dark if I don't see
Okay,
it at the
Scott,
same
can you
time.
publish the content of the call? And then we'll,
We'll go to the next piece.
gotcha.
Thank you.
So anyway, she's saying she needs to have,
Do you have a written representation of what's being said?
It's at the bottom.
Oh, I see.
It has the scribbling text at the bottom, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Give me
she
one
needs to
second.
have the
We'll all be on the
content,
same page here.
and she needs to have the witness so she can cross-examine the witness, that is the other person to the conversation, to challenge or maybe
Right.
that person's impressions.
Did we lose audio, Scott?
And she said she won't have any other way to do it, and the judge
hear that
rightly
way.
said you can always
I
call
turned it
that
off,
person
but-
as
Oh,
your
okay.
witness.
No, that's okay. I misunderstood.
I can't see it.
That's true. I can fix that.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, if you would play it without the audio for a moment, I'd appreciate it.
So now they're going to look at the phone call. She said she made this objection. She hasn't seen it in 2 days, which I find to be a little interesting in terms of preparation. And the judge consistently, and people in the chat should pay attention to it, with both the lawyers, but particularly with this lawyer, has to tell her over and over again, state of the particular, don't go global. State of this issue. Let's take care of this issue. And
Yeah.
he's very patient when he does it.
Someone says shades of Jackie Fulford here.
Yeah,
Are
but
they-
they've been saying that all week.
Are they listening with headphones now? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I don't, she's got headphones on, so I guess well, yeah, because they have to hear the conversation on that recording. And they don't want to broadcast it to the people in the gallery or to us, because if it's not admissible right now, we shouldn't hear it right now. And there's also a transcription at the bottom of whatever it is they're seeing on screen. I don't know what they're seeing on screen. If this is just a recording, maybe it's a frame that says who's on the call and the time of the call.
All right, we will listen in and watch. Thank you to Frossier Dorer.
It's really interesting the number of times they make this sort of objection, a really general objection, and then they can't focus on the particular, and they make arguments that just are not well founded. I mean, a witness can get on the stand and simply establish foundation and not be able to say anything about the content because the witness had nothing to do with the conversation. Law enforcement. So to make that kind of argument, and then the Sixth Amendment argument is particularly silly because, as the judge rightly pointed out, it's Kouri's testimony, and Kouri can't have a Sixth Amendment right to confront herself.
Do we know the call exchanges here? Like, who's calling who about what?
I'm guessing, but it's only a guess that it's Kouri. And, well, no, I was going to guess it was Kouri and the lawyer who was just on the stand, but I don't know what. If that were the case, that lawyer could have established foundation. So it's definitely Kouri, and I don't know who's the other person on the call. And whatever it is, clearly the defense doesn't want the jury to hear it.
Can't help but notice no wedding ring on the judge's hand. Is he single? Should he be on the STS calendar?
Well, you're married, so you certainly can't be interested in him.
Well, I have a wedding band on. That's
There
my
you go.
point. He has no.
But it has been my observation in the past that married men don't always wear a wedding band.
It's true. This is true. Huh. Gallery's packed again. It's been a while since.
Yeah, it's getting more and more crowded.
Yeah, it's been a while where I've seen a gallery this crowded this many days in a row. But Summit County's a small place. Chad is asking that we try not to speak over the judge during such important moments. Thanks to Joe and Joel. Appreciate you. Yes.
Okay, well, I won't, but all he was talking about was sort of the logistics. If you're interested in sort of the logistics, is the camera going to have the caption underneath and that sort of thing? I won't talk over that either, but it never occurred to me that you would care about make it louder and how are we going to get it on the screen and that sort of thing. I'm getting a question here on this chat, Joel, that I don't think I understand. Maybe you do. What was the reason Kouri had to leave her house?
What was the reason Kouri had to leave her house? I don't know that I know the answer to that.
Okay, and I'm not even sure what they mean after Eric died.
I'm assuming, but I didn't know that they left the house.
Yeah, I didn't either.
If STS, let us know if you know. Look at this. Everyone, Pat Brown, the talking is very annoying. We'll let it. There's no one talking right now. Everyone breathe. That's what I learned from the SWAT sniper. You've got to breathe. Otherwise, you can't make your shot. When action resumes, we will mute ourselves.
Right. Looks like he's still reading. This can't be that long a phone call. Maybe it is.
I appreciate seeing the content of the call. Thank you. Forgive me. For the record, and so that defense counsel can respond, the probative value of this is...
Your Honor, it goes to Ms. Richins' state of mind. It goes to her intent about the marriage and what her thought process was in seeking counsel from a divorce lawyer.
Okay. All right. Ms. Lewis, I understand defendant's position regarding hearsay. Anything further regarding foundation or 4010203?
Yes, I think that the call needs to be further redacted. I mean, I stand on our objection, but if the court's going to let it in, it needs to be further redacted. The first part of the call is not relevant. I'd have to pull it up again, and I can work with them about the parts, and I think the last part. So I think there's some at the beginning that needs to be taken out and some at the end that needs to be taken out. If it's going to come in.
Be specific?
On what basis?
Well, if I have it up in front of me again, I can be.
Well, let's have a larger discussion. This was on my to-do list, not necessarily for today, but I I've been waiting for defense counsel's final word on the jail calls pursuant to the pending motion regarding the jail calls, and I don't have it yet. At some point, I'll need defense to say what their position is regarding each of the proffered jail calls.
Okay.
So this is the one that's coming up now, but at some point we have to come to closure on that issue, so we're not
Understood.
doing it in real time. How do you want to proceed from this point on this call?
If I could just maybe look at it with the state and point out the first part and the last part and see if we can agree that that needs to be
That's
out of the
fine.
call.
Okay. Do you want to do that now, Mr. Bloodworth, and then address the other issues? Do you want to do that now and address the other issues during the lunch break?
Well, Your Honor, I think the other issues are going to come up way before lunch.
Understood. Okay.
So, let me, if agreeable, let me propose maybe Ms. Lewis and Ms. Shervinack could address that in parallel. Me and other defense counsel can address.
We're fine with that.
Okay. Among the defense team, who is taking lead on Mr. Wright and Mr. Kaz?
That would be Ms. Nestor.
I have Mr. Wright, Mr. Ramos has Mr. Kaz.
Perfect. Sounds like this will work. Okay. Ms. Lewis, would you work with Ms. Shervinack to see if you can reach agreement regarding some further redactions to that particular call, 2-95D?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, though, we're not withdrawing our objection, but if it's coming in, that's what we're going to talk about is this redaction.
You're not withdrawing any of your objections.
No,
Right.
we're not.
I understood.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so, Mr. Bloodworth, the state will be calling Kouri Wright and Josh Kaz today, correct?
Correct.
Pursuant to the court's ruling and order denying state's motion to reconsider and admit excited utterance, there are portions of their proffered testimony that have been excluded by the court. There are other portions, though, that I imagine the state's view is should come in under other exceptions to the hearsay rule. Have you, can we just talk about practicalities for a second, had a conversation with Mr. Wright and Mr. Kaz so they are aware of the limitations imposed by the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had that conversation with each of them, and to reinforce it during the examination, I will ask questions kind of in the form of, without saying what Mr. Richins said, what was your impression?
Okay. Will the state be eliciting any testimony about statements made by Eric to either of them?
No, Your Honor. The state will scope its questions to elicit responses about what was their impression of Mr. Richins' demeanor and what, if any, advice did they give Mr. Richins?
Okay. Ms. Nestor, that creates a pretty good safety margin between where the proffer started, and it sounds like where it's coming in terms of making sure that the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything that's excluded by the court. Anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. Okay. That handles that. When's the next time a jail call is going to be offered by the state to your current expectation, Mr. Bloodworth, understanding that this is dynamic?
Your Honor, the next time I anticipate
Sitting here today
right now
Yeah.
is during Detective O'Driscoll's testimony.
That was my expectation as well. When's he taking the stand?
Your Honor, he will be most likely the state's last witness, probably late Monday, early Tuesday.
Okay. All right. And so the reason we're doing this call now is for proximity to Ms. Bramwell's testimony?
It is, Your Honor, and the state appreciates that the broader set of jail calls is unresolved, and kind of anticipating this, we emailed this 2 days ago to defense to kind of start the process of resolving it.
All right. I'm going to give Ms. Shervanek and Ms. Lewis an opportunity to work for a few more minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. So we'll come back at 10:15.
Yes,
Any
sir.
objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're in recess until 10:15. Thank you.
All right, recess. A break here for 8 minutes. There we go. Look at this from Min Benjamin. I'm here because of Joel and Prof. We can all, don't worry. Joe and I can handle it. You guys all screaming at us simultaneously. It's fine. I can continue. I'm telling you, I inherited like 216,000 new sisters and mothers. And is anyone who's used to being yelled at? It's me. I've got my mom, Karm, who is nonstop screaming, and then the COE, who's not nonstop screaming, but every once in a while screams. So I'm used to it. By the way, for some reason, I work late, and I usually stay in the studio for a few hours afterwards. But for some reason, unbeknownst to me, and I think only the COE would have the answer to this, and I like to be very transparent on the show. All three of my kids are home from school today. I'm not exactly sure why, since one of them is a little under the weather. And my 6-year-old asked if we're still going to soccer. That was his first question. So now I have to play tough, at least, I at least have to make him think that soccer's off if he's not in school. But the truth is, I like hanging out with some of the dads there. So selfishly, I might have to actually take him. I hope he's not listening to this right now. But not exactly sure why all three of my children on a Thursday, I had to have Joe Patuta. First of all, I went to school at a time where Mrs. Fig, may she rest in peace, smacked my knuckles with a ruler occasionally. But the only way I missed school back in the day was if, like, one of my body parts was dangling from my body, about to fall off. That was it. Wasn't if I had a cold or what's going on with these kids, COE? What kind of kids are we raising? I do not want snowflakes. Kids go to school come hell or high water. Joe Patuto, would you be allowed to just miss school, Joe Patuto, back in the day?
No. Well, first of all, I liked going to school, so I didn't push for it. But no, I went one time with a really bad cold, and my bio teacher, a math teacher, I guess it was, had the principal or the nurse or somebody call my mother and say she has to come home because she's sick. So no, I went to school.
Patuto, were you like valedictorian of your class? Is that what I'm going to learn now?
Yeah, I was.
Were you?
Yeah, I was.
Of course you were. Of course you were. Yeah. So did you know that you wanted to be a law professor from like the time you were 8?
I thought I wanted to either be a sports writer or a law professor. And my mother, bless her soul, discouraged both because they were male professions and I should be a teacher. Therefore, I'd be home in the summer with the kids. And she had more influence on me than I really care to admit, but she did. So
they all do. Trust me, they all do.
But at the time, it's only in the last maybe, it isn't all that long ago that girls in grade and high school were being advised if you had an interest in law, you could be a legal secretary. You go back you'd have to go back. If you go, I think it's just really the last 20 years, maybe at most 25, where the advising changed. But I ended up deciding I was going to do it. And then my mother was distressed because I only applied to one law school because I couldn't even see myself leaving the area. And I got a really early admission. Apparently my mother was hoping I wouldn't get admitted.
Wow. Did you go to high school in New Jersey?
Yeah. And again, I went to got my BA, my MA, and my JD all in New Jersey.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jersey through and through. I love it.
Yeah, and it would never have occurred to me to leave this state. I mean, I was the first child in the whole extended family that didn't live at home while attending college. I mean, that was enough of a blow to everyone.
Well, you didn't go to Rutgers, did you?
I did Rutgers Law,
Oh,
MA at Seton Hall in English Lit,
wow.
BA at Douglas, which was still Rutgers. But that was when I went to New Brunswick, which my family thought was like going to the moon.
Yeah. And I live literally across the bridge in Highland Park.
Yeah. Well, and in their defense, I started college at 16, and I can sort of understand the trepidation of letting a 16-year-old go away to school.
Yeah. Look at all this. We've had Joe on 10 million times. I never knew any of this. And of course, she's valedictorian. My sister, by the way, the perfect child, is valedictorian as well, but she became a doctor.
Yeah.
But your mom must have been very, very proud.
Well, she never told me.
Yeah.
I did hear it from her friends, and it was like hearing a different conversation from the one I got directly from her, and the one that I hear from her friends is what she was saying to them. You would think it was two different people talking.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I'll share a little story. This morning I called Karm, and last night, well, we did a show on Savannah Guthrie, and we had a lieutenant from Pima County on, and he had some interesting things to say. So who picked it up? But the New York Post, New York Post got to be a top 5 publication in the country, and they are citing us, Surviving the Survivor. So I was excited. I called Karm. I said, "Hey, Karm, the New York Post is citing Surviving the Survivor." She said, "That's great. What does that do for us?" And I just continued on. But that's Karm. Tough love, man. Tough love.
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia shoulder surgeon. She's in the house. Hey, Philly, can you read my knee MRI? Are shoulders and knees similar? Because I have an MRI, but now I have no one to read it. Prof. Joe, I would love nothing.
Don't you have a physician to read it?
I do, but now I have an insurance issue, Joe, so I'm working on it.
Well, but you got the MRI done, and you're not going to get somebody to read. This is. Let me say, this doesn't sound to be. I don't want to be offensive.
No. I
don't know any other way to say this. That sounds ridiculous.
I got the MRI done, and then found out now that the doctor who I had an appointment with is not going to take my insurance. So I have the MRI, but no doctor. But I'm working on the doctor part. But PSS here, she'd love nothing more than to sit at an Italian cafe and people watch with you.
It's a lot of fun to do it. It really is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Leo Wren.
Hear the Italian. It's just very musical to hear the Italian.
Well, she can read it. Leo Wren, are you like a radiologist, or I'm curious? Let me know. Any radiologists in the group or orthopedists? Doctor and radiologist, two different things. Anyway, we're sitting here. Joe, what are we waiting for here? He's coming back in 1 minute, and then he mentioned two witnesses, Kouri Wright, and I'm not sure.
Kouri Wright is Eric's partner. He was the C in the CNE.
Oh, okay.
Which, the business.
Okay.
And the other one was a Josh Kaz. I think I heard him. That one I'm not sure about.
Yeah.
We're waiting because the defense is arguing, and I think this all relates to jail phone calls. That, although I can't imagine, I don't know why I should be talking to Kouri Wright, but they were talking about jail phone calls and whether they should be able to get in the phone calls. And it all relates to, there's no hearsay with regard to anything that Kouri says because she's a defendant in the case. And it's not hearsay if you enter a statement by a party opponent, and that's what Kouri is. But they're arguing that the other person to the conversation, that is hearsay, and it is. The state is saying that what the other person to the conversation is saying comes in under an exception to the hearsay rules. Okay. And that's what they're looking at. The other thing they're looking at is, at least for this particular phone conversation that we're waiting on, the defense lawyer said the first part of the conversation and the last part of the conversation has no relevance to any issue in this case, so that should not come in because it's just not relevant. That's what they're out in the hall trying to decide. What parts of the first part of the conversation and the last part of the conversation can they agree should be cut out of the conversation that we all hear, and in particular, the jury hears. Now that, I don't understand. The state said it realized that the defense might have an argument about it, although the defense has had this list of these potential exhibits for a while. So it alerted them 2 days ago, and they're only mentioning it now at the start of trial today. And they waited to have the jury come in. This judge is incredibly patient about this.
Yeah.
They just don't seem to be as crisp and as ready to go as they should be.
Yeah, but been a lot of criticism about that. Look at this, Philadelphia shoulder surgeon. Joel, send me a screen video of your MRI. I'll read it. I'm off today. Only one minor problem. So they gave me a disc, which I actually called a DVD, and they're like, no, it's a disc. But I've nowhere to. Computers don't have anywhere to put a disc into anymore. So COE, any thoughts on that? I would love to get an image to PSS, but I have no idea how to physically get it off a disc. And also, Joe, would you allow ChatGPT or Grok to read your MRI? Because everyone's telling me that they can read it.
There's a difference between the question whether I would allow it to or whether I would trust it when I got the answer. The answer to the second part is no, clearly no. But I have a question for you. What are you going to do if you get this answer from someone? What are you going to do next? Is the insurance company going to now cover because you got this answer?
All right, so this is the whole story in 3 seconds. The COE and I were invited to a birthday party. The guy walks in at everyone's leaving. It turns out he's an orthopedist, and he's like, go here, get this, and I'll handle you. And then just call my office. I call his office, everything was done, and then I get a call back as I'm on my way to the MRI, and they're like, we don't take your insurance. So he's nice, but he's not that nice. He's not seeing me for free.
And you didn't check on, I hate to do this, but you didn't check on whether he was someone your insurance would cover before you went down this road?
That's a lot of work, Joe. So now I'm dealing. The University of Miami has like the best orthopedic team, so I'm dealing with them. But just trying to get
who has the best orthopedic teams?
University of Nebraska.
Any town that has a major football program is going to have great orthopods.
Yeah. So so University of Miami. Oh yeah, this guy turns out he was a doctor he is the doctor. He's one of the orthopedists for the Miami Dolphins. So
there you go. Well, I was going to say pros next, but yeah.
Yeah. He actually told me to come to the Hard Rock Stadium, which is where the Dolphins play. That's where his office is. So I was all ready to go and sit there between two offensive guards that are like 6'7" and 900 pounds. But they don't take my insurance. So that's not happening. But now I'm trying to get to the University of Miami. But COE, how do I have the disc in my car, which is probably melting in the Miami heat. But how do I get that disc to show an image to the Philadelphia shoulder surgeon? Boy, if I got hate mail before about how no one cares about me, imagine the mail I'm going to get today. So we're sitting here, everybody. We're waiting. 12:20. They were supposed to be back 5 minutes ago. It sounds so. Joe, does it sound? He mentioned two witnesses today. There's Kouri Wright and Josh Kaz. But did it sound like those are the last two witnesses?
No, he said that who's the detective? O'Driscoll, he thought would be the last witness, and he said what, Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning. So maybe O'Driscoll is the one who will introduce the walking the dog letter.
Regarding redactions to 2-95D, Ms. Lewis, were you and Ms. Shervinack able to reach an agreement?
We reached a partial agreement.
Okay. Tell me where we stand.
They're going to redact a few lines out at the end of the calls, which, I don't know. We agreed to redact the things at the end. At the beginning of the call, I believe we should redact everything up until page, do you have the transcript?
I don't.
I can send it to you,
Sounds good.
if
One
that's
moment.
helpful.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing that this wasn't done already.
And Judge, so you know, there have already been some redactions made previous to this discussion for other things that were irrelevant, so those are included already. But you will see some redacted portions of that transcript.
Okay. Just whatever you're sending to me, will you copy Ms. Lewis? Or
I have it.
The same thing at the same time.
Oh, I already sent it to you, and she has it that I
Okay.
sent earlier. It's the same.
Got it. One moment, please. Ms. Lewis, if you would just state page and line numbers from the beginning of the call that you think should be redacted.
I believe it starts at page 2. I believe we should redact starting line 15 on page 2 through line 4 on page 3.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. I'm not sure that short period adds anything, provides any context, has any probative value. What am I missing?
I disagree, Judge. For starters, it does directly from Ms. Richins say what her state of mind is going into this call, her annoyance, and in her tone of voice when you hear it, when you hear the audio, there's frustration there, and it does add quite a bit of context, particularly in the beginning of the call. And then, in particular, she says on page 2, starting at line 21, I'm just like so fucking annoyed, like what the hell does anything have to do with anything? And that gives context to the rest of the call, because what she's referring to is what does Eric consulting a divorce attorney have to do with me consulting a divorce attorney? Well, she goes on to explain, but that sets up the context for the rest of the call, in addition to her frustration, annoyance that's heard in her voice as well as in her words at the beginning of the call, giving context to the rest of the conversation.
Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's necessary. I don't think the beginning of the call gives any context to what they're talking about. And if the state just wants the jury to know she's annoyed, she says it numerous times throughout the call. At the beginning of page 4, she says, like, what the hell? I know. I just, like, am so annoyed by that. She says it numerous times. And yes, you can tell by her tone of voice that she's annoyed. I don't see that the beginning gives any context whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Ms. Lewis. Why aren't we just starting at page 4, line 1?
Well, actually, I think that would make perfect sense. And when Ms. Sherbanek and I were going through this, I actually had asked for more to be redacted, and I compromised a bit. But now that you've reminded me, yes, I actually think it would make sense to start at page 4, line 1.
Where, out of the gate, Ms. Sherbanek, she describes being annoyed, and we go from there.
I disagree, Your Honor. She's talking about the Heber thing on page 3 at line 5. She says beat around the bush. Obviously, what I'm thinking about, she's talking about the Heber thing.
The Heber
It goes
thing is
both ways.
different than Ms. Bramwell and Ms. Miller.
No,
Tell me how.
the Heber thing directly refers to her meeting with Ms. Bramwell in Heber.
Oh, I don't think that's clear from the text of the call. If I was confused about it, I think there's a pretty good chance the jury would be confused about it.
I disagree.
I know, you've been very clear
Ooh.
about that.
Well, she's entitled to say that.
Just
Yeah.
that this is important
Yeah.
context for the whole call, and starting it partway through does not give the context that's necessary to understand what starts on page 4 at line 1.
Anything else?
She's losing
Your
this.
Honor.
I understand. Anything else?
No.
Okay. We're going to start the call at page 4, line 1. Anything
Yep.
else, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
The court rules that starting the call at page 4, line 1, and then including the redactions that counsel have agreed to in the body of the call and at the end, provides probative information regarding Ms. Richins' state of mind and backward-looking reflections regarding her consultation with Ms. Bramwell. That probative information, probative value of that information is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any other Rule 403 considerations. With respect to defendant's hearsay objection, Ms. Richins' side of these recorded calls is categorically not hearsay, and the court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider the male voice side of the call for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they can only consider the statements made by the male on the call for the effect that they had upon Ms. Richins in the conversation. And further objection, Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
In terms of instructing or just providing the jury for context, I'm inclined to tell the jury that Ms. Gibson testified that she preserved some recordings of phone calls involving Ms. Richins. You're about to hear one such phone call. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor. Are we good then to, as we discussed at the bench, have Ms. Shervinack just give the date of the phone call?
No, Your Honor.
It's not in the content, and Ms. Gibson didn't provide that particular piece of foundation, so that would be additive.
Your Honor, if we were to play that portion of the audio of the jail call, it would make it clear that it was a jail call.
Oh, forgive me. I haven't heard or seen the introductory portion of the home wave call. Does it?
Right,
does
Your
it
Honor.
State the date.
Yes, every home wave call begins with a time or date, and then this is a recorded line. Anything you say will be preserved, could be monitored, and admonishments like this.
Is that accurate, Ms. Lewis?
That's accurate, but this takes me back to my initial point, is this should have been, and typically would be, introduced through a witness, because the witness could have just said the date and we wouldn't have this problem. I don't think that the state should be testifying to the date.
Right, but if Ms. Gibson had just said, in order to avoid playing any of that for an indisputably authentic call, I would say that Ms. Richins was in custody in front of the jury. I think it's in fair and necessary balancing to not play the preamble of the call, which would limit your ability to cross-examine Ms. Gibson as to how she knows when the date of the calls, because it's based on that same content. And so I think it's appropriate and does not violate defendant's rights in any way to just state what is undisputed. December 18, 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, that's correct, Your Honor. I also think the date falls, because of the way the calls are labeled, the date falls under Jeremy Thomas's certification as to the authenticity.
I understand. I think you and I see it the same way. It's just a matter of the defense's good faith objection to me providing the information, but given the alternatives, this is the best way.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more
Please.
Pragmatic
Yes.
question. Because the court's decision just redacted out the initial part of the demonstrative, it seems to make sense to the state to, at this point in time, as a matter of efficiency, to just kind of fast forward and hit play beginning at page 4, line whatever the court just decided.
Yeah.
Rather than take 15 minutes to redact the exhibit now, and then at the end of the day we can redact it and clean it all up consistent with the court's ruling.
Ms. Lewis, you okay with that? You're not waiving any objections?
I understood, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Scott's way ahead of us.
All right. Scott, why don't we take a look at it together? Show me the new version of 2-95.
So he's already done it. The prosecutor wanted to play what is admissible and then
The text
fix
is
the
correct.
recording
Scott, let's
before
try
it
the
went to the
audio.
jury.
Your Honor, we can't see it. Here.
My apologies.
And it looks like the videographer,
Go ahead.
whoever's doing this stuff for the court has already.
Obviously.
Who fucking cares?
I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if
And
one
it's
party's
not like-
gonna do it, the other party's probably
Okay.
gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Do you want to fast forward to the end just to confirm, so Ms. Lewis can confirm that the stuff at the end has been redacted out?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch anything for redactions at the end.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, if you would work with Scott real quick to make sure that the stuff at the end gets redacted out.
But those of you in the chat, whether you're lawyers or not lawyers, this is a demonstration of how much time can be wasted if you don't prepare.
Exactly. I just like, I mean, to your point, I cannot see this in, let's say, Judge Stephen Everett's courtroom. I mean, different courts do things differently, but this would not be happening in a Adelson trial.
No. Well, in part because, I mean, I think the state has been pretty well organized here. But I just don't understand why the defense, they're getting even, in fact, sometimes they say they haven't gotten something and they did.
The way it's
They've
being
got
offered.
3
includes
lawyers.
redactions. Yeah.
Joe Patuto, is that a band outside your window?
Oh, let me turn this off. Yeah, they're playing the street. Let me turn it off until I have to talk.
I love it.
Okay, Your Honor, I have this ready if everybody'd like to do it again.
Let's do it. Table 2. Okay, if you fast forward to the end, Ms. Lewis, let's make sure that the redactions you spoke with Ms. Shervinack about have been made.
All right, I have the audio on my speakers. Let me change that over real quick.
Okay.
Obviously.
What'd she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They thought, like you said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So It's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
All right. Quick reminder to everyone, about 8 minutes, I've got to jump out for a series of calls, and then I'll be back. Still planning out tonight's show. You are watching Kouri Richins' trial live here from Summit County, Utah. 2 witnesses have been mentioned for today. Someone named Cody Wright, a business partner, former business partner of Eric's, and Josh Kaz, and some phone calls are coming into evidence momentarily. Joe, is today your birthday? You're muted. I had no idea.
Yeah, well, that's the way I would have preferred it, but I don't know how somebody found out and they kept pushing. So I finally said yes.
Bella
But
Vita.
now I'm getting birthday, whatever they're called. I never know what they're called. Super things.
Super
and so
chat.
now I'm glad I said yes.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, AR. All right, y'all. 7 more minutes, and I'm going to be out of here, and then I'll be back.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when Ms. Gibson was testifying, she testified that she downloaded and preserved recordings of certain phone calls involving Kouri Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call from December 18, 2023. You may consider Kouri Richins' statements on this recorded call for any purpose. You may not consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call for their truth. Instead, the only purpose you can consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call is for the effect it had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. Scott, let's make sure we are ready to go. Okay. 2-95D is admitted. Please proceed.
Obviously.
Who fucking cares?
I know. I'm just so annoyed by that. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if one party's going to do it, the other party's probably going to do it to see what the fuck.
Right? And it's
common sense.
Regarding your side of stuff, nothing came out of that. What came out of the other side?
Exactly.
Oh, an illegal transfer everything.
Yes, exactly.
A lot came out of that.
Yes, I just went in for a consultation. That was it.
Yep.
So why is that so bad? Am I misunderstanding something?
No, it's just something they're going to try to probably try to hold against you, you know, for no fucking reason. Because
He did it first.
that's what. Yeah, he did it first, and not only did he do it first, like he actually took action on it illegally.
Yes. All I did was, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was literally the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So
It's my right to
that
do.
person's probably gonna be right. So
And
that
it's,
person's probably gonna be brought in,
which is perfect, because you know what I told that person?
which is. But
I don't want to fill out the packet. I don't want absolutely anything. I want to walk away clean and free. I don't want anything. And she kept advising me, no, that's not how this works. You have to fill this out about da-da-da-da. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want any of it.
yep.
That is what I told that lady. I said, I just want these done. And
Yeah,
she argued with me. Forever. I took the packet, I threw it away. I'm like, no, I won't fill this out. Because I don't want to have
So-
everything.
I mean, right. So that's perfect and works in favor for you for everything.
Yep.
Nothing,
Yeah,
you know.
I'm just like so fucking annoyed by it though. Like, quit portraying me to be this person.
Yeah.
Anything you're trying to say I did, Eric did. Like, so now they cancel each other out, you fucking idiots. Like,
Yeah.
protecting myself, like,
Yeah, I wouldn't get.
um,
I wouldn't get too worked up about it.
yeah, I'm not, but that just gave me an idea. I am going to ask if she can testify.
Well, that's not really going to matter because she could just get subpoenaed. And to be honest, if their attorneys don't do it, yeah, you're going to.
Yeah. So I don't know, I'm just annoyed. So I told Mom, I said,
Because they're going to try to paint this picture. So you're going to try to paint this picture and like, oh no,
yeah.
nope, here she is. What did she ask about? What did you advise her? What did she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like you said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Becky Lloyd.
So that makes the little effort to have her look meek and mild a little.
Yeah, you see a whole other side.
Yeah, that's right. An undercuts it a little.
It's weird though. Didn't he say Cody Wright was up next, but they're calling Becky Lloyd?
Well, he had said those two. Maybe they're doing out of order.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just the judge asking who were the next two witnesses where the issue of the jail calls would be.
Ms. Lloyd, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
That may be what happened.
All in a moment. I'm gonna have to bounce. Thank you all for being here. I'll be back.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
I'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could state your name, please, and spell your last name.
My name is Becky Lloyd, Lloyd.
Where do you work?
I work for C&E Stonemasonry.
And how long have you worked there?
I've worked there 5 years.
What is your current role with C&E?
I am currently their estimator.
What's that mean?
It means C&E Stone, we put stone on houses, and my job is to figure out how much we need on those houses.
What was your job back with C&E when you first started with them?
I got hired originally as an admin.
And when was that?
That was in February of 21.
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How long did you know him for?
I met him sometime around 2017.
Okay. And what about Kouri Richins? Do you know her?
I do.
And did you meet her around the same time?
Yeah.
In 2021, what was the nature of your relationship with Kouri Richins?
I knew her as a neighbor, I knew her as the mother to my children's friends, and I knew her as my own friend.
I want to turn your attention to December of 2021. Was there a conversation that you had with Kouri Richins in December of 2021 that stood out to you?
Yes.
What was the date of that conversation?
December 17th of 2021.
That's a specific date. Why do you remember that date?
Because I keep a journal and I have photos from that date.
What were you doing that day?
We were doing a Secret Santa gift wrap for C&E Stone. We get presents for families in the neighborhood that don't get a good Christmas, and we were wrapping them to give away.
Now, when you say we, was that, who's the we?
Me and Kouri.
Okay, just the two of you then?
Just the two of us while we were wrapping, yeah.
Was there a topic of conversation that came up related to Kouri Richins' marriage?
Yes.
How did that come up?
I had recently gotten divorced a couple months before, 3 months before, and she was asking me how that was going, and I was asking her about how her marriage was going, and her and Eric had a fight that day, so it was definitely on the top of her mind.
What did Kouri say to you?
Kouri had an opportunity to go to a work event of some sort, like a Christmas gala, something like that. And it was going to be a really good opportunity for her career. She was excited about it. At the same time, Eric had booked a sleigh ride with the family for Christmas, a good family activity, and they had a scheduling conflict, and they did not agree about what they should do for that scheduling conflict.
What else did Kouri say during that conversation about her marriage with Eric?
She talked about how she was feeling trapped. She was feeling like there wasn't an easy way forward out of the marriage. She felt like she was worried about her kids. She was worried that she was going to lose them and that Eric was going to take the kids from her and that his family was going to turn the community against her. And she said that in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
What was the tone of Kouri's voice during that conversation?
It was serious. She definitely had a very serious tone. We weren't really joking. It was a very honest conversation and a very heartfelt conversation. And you could tell from her body language that, she was frustrated and she was struggling with where she was at. It was a serious tone.
What was your reaction to Kouri saying it would be better if Eric were dead?
To me, it really signified just how far their marriage was off track and how serious the situation was. And I felt bad for both of them. That's a heavy conversation.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's that facial expression supposed to mean? I don't believe
Good morning,
she's...
Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins. First of all, I want to talk to you about how you got the job with C&E.
Absolutely.
Isn't it fair to say that Kouri helped you get that job because you'd just gotten a divorce and she was doing something nice for you?
I would say Kouri helped me get that job. Yes, she let me know that it was available and definitely made sure that I knew that it was an option for me.
And she was the reference for you to her husband, Eric?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And when you were working at C&E, during the time that Eric was alive, Kouri was actually on the payroll, right? She got like a paycheck every couple weeks.
That's true.
Right. And isn't it also true that right after Eric died, she called and said, "Don't send me anymore"?
I believe so, but I am a little fuzzy on that memory.
Okay. But at some point she came off the payroll.
Correct.
Really quick after Eric died.
I would say so.
All right. I want to talk to you about the conversation on December 17th. And this was, as I understand you, Kouri and Eric every year did a Secret Santa project where they gave less privileged people anonymous Christmas gifts, right?
Absolutely.
And so you were there wrapping those gifts?
Yes.
And you were having girl talk?
Yes.
And you're somebody that she trusted?
Yeah, I hope.
Because you had confided in her about your marriage?
Correct.
And the fact your husband had been unfaithful?
Correct.
And she felt safe and talking to you about similar things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at this meeting, about, let me look at the date, just 1 minute. A couple of weeks after Eric died, you gave an interview about this conversation you and Kouri had.
Yes.
And you gave it to a private investigator that worked for the family of Eric Richins. Right?
I actually don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember in a meeting with him, yes.
April 6th of 2022 at your house. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And this gentleman who was not law enforcement, he's a private investigator, right?
Yes.
And he came to your house and you told him about this day that you spent with Kouri, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I assume so.
All right. And isn't it fair that in that first interview, you never mentioned anything about saying it would be better off if Eric was dead, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then you had a second interview almost 2 years later in March of 2024 with the same investigator. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then the investigator said, wait, I understand you've talked to Katie and there was something you forgot to tell me the first time we met about a statement Kouri made.
That's true.
And what you forgot to tell him was this part about it, he'd be better off dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it fair that in this second interview in 2024, almost 2 years after, you even in that interview told him that you couldn't get on the stand for sure and say that she said that, didn't you?
I do not recall that.
Okay, Katie, can you please play the clip BL1? If we could cue that up and play it for her to hear.
Cue it up. And let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. My apologies. Do we have a foundation issue here, Ms. Sher?
Yes, I don't know what they're referring to, and if they're seeking to refresh her, then I believe that should be handled slightly differently.
Yeah.
No, I believe she said she didn't say it, so I don't think I need to refresh her. I think I can impeach her at this point.
If you would just approach for a second.
Every time they do this with regard to refreshing recollection, I don't even know how to describe it. They don't seem to be doing it correctly. I guess that's the best way for me to put it and to try to be neutral about it. So you can listen to the music that's playing outside my window. I'm on the main thoroughfare and I am not bothered at all by the noise.
More.
I do have
You
one.
need more than the carafe.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Very kind of you, very sweet. What time is it in Italy? 6 hours later than Eastern time. So it is now 5 to 7. Next week, it'll be 5 hours different because the States go on daylight savings and Europe doesn't go on daylight savings for a couple of weeks later. So the difference means that it'll be a 5-hour switch. Here he is, he's playing something else. It's nice because lots of places in Europe, they play American music. So it's like being home. Okay, I'm asked if I bought myself a special Italian birthday gift. No, but I did buy myself an inlaid wood box last week. I didn't consider it a birthday gift. I considered it a splurge that I shouldn't have done. Well, Deirdre Steele, I knew my birthday was going on.
The number one more time, Ms. Nestor.
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to be playing a clip that we have marked, we're not going to admit it, we're just going to impeach with it, but it's BL1.
Okay. And
Okay.
let's see,
They
Katie,
want
let
to
me get you
impeach her.
connected here.
So they're not refreshing her recollection because she said she didn't remember. They're going to impeach her with something she
And
said.
this part, I
Are we frozen? We must be frozen. Okay, we're off. Hopefully we'll get back on soon because we want to hear what she said earlier that she did not remember.
she said it, but I also feel like if you put me on the stand, I would not be confident enough to actually truly know if she said it. But I swear she said, in many ways, it would be better if he just died.
Is that your
Because, and I remember thinking, the reason I think.
Is that your voice?
That is my voice.
All right. And you did say that you wouldn't be able to swear to it on the stand, didn't you?
I wouldn't be confident in that, yes.
Okay. And then if we could play the second clip.
Like I said, that's the conversation we had, and I for sure know she said the trap stuff, and I am 90% sure she said the comment about it being better dead.
Okay, so again, that is the second interview that you had with the investigator. And again, you're saying you can't say for certain that she made that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also never told that statement to the police when you were interviewed by the police, did you? Until later, much later, like 2024.
I don't know if I got interviewed by the police in 2024.
Okay. All right. While you were employed at C&E, which you've testified to, after Eric died, were you instructed to go to the house and pick up some of his private items?
Yes.
And who asked you to go pick up his things?
Your Honor. Scope.
Outside scope.
If you would approach Mr. Beck.
Okay, we're going to do another one. The state may want to introduce more of that interview than the defense just used in redirect. We'll see whether they think it's important enough because as Patches Esquire said, 90% is pretty darn certain. But we will see what the state decides to do. Now, the defense wants to go into a subject that the prosecutor says is outside the scope of anything they asked about. So we will see. So at least while we're waiting, you can listen to the music. I may turn it off when we get back going. I mean, not turn off the music. The music is going to continue, but I may turn
Objection
off.
to outside the scope is sustained.
Ma'am, we are going to ask you some more questions in our case. So I will see you again, and that's all I have for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shervanack, anything further today?
She just said she's going to call this witness in the defense case. We'll see if she does. But that's
Ms.
the plan.
Lloyd, we listened to part of your conversation during one of your previous interviews, and do you recall during the rest of that conversation explaining why you remembered Kouri making that statement?
I do.
What's that explanation for why you remembered that specific statement from Ms. Richins?
Well, as someone who's gone through divorce myself or marital troubles, I know that it is probably somewhat common to have thoughts that aren't necessarily the nicest about your spouse and to have really strong feelings that way. But I was struck because she said it out loud. And some of those thoughts are what you'd call an inside thought sometimes. And it was memorable for me enough that after I met with the private detective, I went and talked to my friends. And without prompting, I said, hey, remember that conversation I told you about? What did I tell you about it? And they were able to confirm exactly what I said in my statement here, because it is a very big deal, and I respect the justice system very much, that I am never going to get on the stand and say something that I don't know as truth.
Are you confident in your testimony today?
I am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now it's your testimony that you were told about this statement by someone else?
No. My testimony is, it is very difficult to say such a thing when someone that you care deeply about has been leveled with such charges. It is very difficult, so that is why it didn't come up in the first interview. It is a very difficult position to be here on the stand saying things like this. I don't want to be here. No one has supplied my testimony to me. No one has made me say anything about that. No one has supplied words to me. I know that that happened, and it is unfortunate that it happened because I don't want to be here saying it, but I know that that is what was said.
And in fact, the friend you're talking about is Katie Richins, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Didn't you discuss this statement with Katie Richins, and Katie's the one who sent you to the private investigator?
Katie is the one that made the private investigator aware of it, but that is not who I had the conversation with about it, as far as the truth of the statement.
But you did have a conversation with Katie about it.
I did.
Okay. And then you also had a conversation with some other friends who helped refresh your memory about what you might have said?
They confirmed what I said. They did not supply a sentence to me. They did not do anything like that. They just helped me do a hard thing.
Okay. And who did you tell about this statement prior to reporting it, besides your friends and Katie and the private investigator?
What do you mean?
Did you tell anybody else?
I told my friends. I told my partner. I told the investigator, Katie. I don't recall who else.
Okay. And this was all in 2024 when you brought it up to the investigator?
My friend conversation would have been in 2021, right about the exact same, probably within a couple days of that conversation initially with Kouri.
And you would agree that if Kouri was planning to kill her husband 60 days later, it probably wouldn't be a really smart thing for her to say to you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Now make your objection that the question is complete, Ms. Shervin.
It doesn't matter now.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Say it again, please. I'm so sorry.
If Kouri Richins was planning to kill her husband in about 70 days after she made that statement to you, it wouldn't be a really smart thing to tell someone like you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Doesn't call for speculation.
It's sustained.
Okay.
You're going to try again?
Did you ever ask Kouri directly, what did you mean when you said that to me on December 17th?
No.
You never gave her the opportunity to explain whether she was just venting, whether she was joking, whether she was serious?
Unfortunately, no.
Right. And you had a long time to do that before you reported it to this investigator, didn't you? As a friend.
I suppose so.
Yeah. That's all I have, thank you.
Ms. Lloyd, when Kouri Richins told you it would be better if Eric was dead, was she joking?
No.
What was her
speculation, Your Honor?
What was her tone?
Object to speculation.
Hold on. Let's pause. Yeah. The question regarding what she was thinking, or was she joking, pardon me, is sustained. Can't consider the answer no, because this witness can't know what's in another person's head. You can ask about her demeanor.
Sure. What was her tone of voice?
Serious.
Was she laughing?
No.
Was she smiling?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was joking?
No.
One last question. Were y'all drinking?
We had had one beverage. I had had one beverage.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. May we allow this witness to step down?
Yes.
All right.
Chief, please advise.
I got it. Thank you. If you're called back, you'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage read any coverage, listen to any coverage about the case.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Please travel safe.
Thank you so much.
We'll keep track of this and see whether the defense calls are in their case. Because
Counsel.
they said they're
Your Honor,
going-
the state calls Gabe Morin.
Okay. Sir, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Hello,
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morin, Morin.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
And, sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Almost 13 years.
Do you operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Can you see that on screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, if you can please scroll down. We'll go back to the top. Sir, do you recognize these records?
I do.
Are these records made at the time of the transaction?
Yes.
And is it your business's regular practice to make these records?
Yeah, I mean, there's some, at the time of an order, the table is created, whether it's a to-go order or someone physically in the restaurant. And then when the card is actually swiped, then the table's closed.
Okay, so we're going to get into that. I just need to lay a little bit of foundation to admit them, and then we're going to publish them.
Okay.
But do you keep these records as
Your
a
Honor,
regular?
We don't object, but it's fine to come in.
States 8-6 is admitted.
Thank you. Let's publish them, please, Scott, Your Honor. Scott, if you can, let me see here. Okay, so generally, what are we looking at?
So at 9:07, Megan is our employee. I believe this was a to-go order that was called in.
Okay.
And then, it was paid for in person at the time of pickup. $10 was written on gratuity, then $41.39 was the total charge.
So does this reflect a receipt from a called-in order at your diner on April the 14th, 2022?
Yeah,
And the card entry method there, is that for swipe?
February, not
yeah,
April.
yeah.
And then the card was present, that's what that's telling us?
Yep.
Signature at the bottom, normal receipt that we've all seen all the time, always?
Yeah.
Scott, can you go to the next page, please? Is this portion of the document that we're looking at now?
Okay, so this is Megan's checkout. This would be at the end of her shift. And this is like a breakdown of credit cards, whether MasterCard, Discover, cash sales, and that kind of stuff.
So this is February 14, the date
And then
of,
Scott, if you can go down to the third document.
the state alleges the
Can you
attempted
embiggen
murder.
that top part? Thank you. And then, sir, what is this?
Okay, so this is an audit of that particular order. So you can see the timeline on the left side. So at 8:55, it says a Greek omelet, quinoa salad, bagel sandwich with hash browns, and then Kouri is typed in. So at 8:55, an order was placed. At 9:07, the food was ready. 9:07, payment was applied. And then at 10:50, adjusted payment. So the server has some leeway as to when they actually adjust their tips. I mean, before they're into their shift, they're going to go through all their sales and adjust tips. Some servers wait till the end of the day. At 11 o'clock on Valentine's, we weren't very busy, so she did it during the day.
Sir, why the name Kouri?
Well, because there's a phone-in to-go order. So, we don't take credit cards over the phone unless we really need to, but, we do enough to-go orders that we want a name associated with it so we don't get the orders mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor. I represent Kouri Richins.
Yep.
So I want to go back to what the Exhibit 8.6 that the state just went over with you, and if we could go to the last page. Can you go to the next page? The very last, that page, and then blow it up?
Julie and
And can we
Terry.
publish, Your Honor? It's in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So could we please highlight the bagel sandwich and the Greek omelet? Now, I've visited your diner. You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar with your food?
Yeah, we haven't changed the Greek omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind,
Yeah.
but just in case. All right. And so that is just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yeah, so there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns, so
Great.
your side.
And then what's in the bagel sandwich?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
All right. And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
All right. And is there mayonnaise or anything on it?
Nope.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, over hard. Yeah, fried egg over hard.
Over
it's
hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's a fried egg over hard.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right.
Yeah.
And when you get that ready for a to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And it's a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to eat an egg sandwich cold.
Right.
That'd be kind of gross. Right?
Debatable, but
Okay.
yeah.
Maybe a cold egg sandwich.
We do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay. But you give it to them hot.
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about a quarter of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the bagel itself,
All right.
toasted.
court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second, okay? And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55 a.m. Could we bring that up one more time?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
When it was ordered. So it was called in at 8:55.
All right,
And then it was physically picked up and paid for at 9:07.
perfect. At 9:07 in the morning.
Yeah,
It's breakfast.
well, it says AM, so that's,
Okay,
I'm going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Sir, you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, who's next?
Your Honor, the state calls Josh Kaz.
Okay, we're going on to another witness.
Your Honor,
And now
I
we know
understand
the egg
he's at the
sandwich
other
was
building
big
right
was
now.
blocked.
Maybe we can take 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's let you stretch your legs. No harm in that. Please rise for the jury.
So. Any questions in here? Yeah, I think 13 Mandy, you're right. The fact that she took it home doesn't mean she couldn't warm it up or that he wouldn't.
Counsel will be in
someone
recess
would need a
until
cold.
11:25. Thank you.
I don't know that a cold egg sandwich is gross, which is what the lawyer said. She's still interjecting comments. And she's still, nobody's objecting and the judge isn't controlling it. We're taking another 5-minute break. I hope it only is a 5-minute break because some of these have been, 8-minute break. Okay, because some of these have been expanding to 15, 20, 25 minutes. So are there any questions? No, we're getting advice to the judge to admonish Kouri for her facial expressions. The prosecutor can see them, and I'm assuming the prosecutor isn't doing anything because he doesn't think it's hurting the state's case and it may be hurting the defense. If the prosecutor were to complain about it, he's likely not to do it where we can hear it, but instead do it sidebar so that it wouldn't be, nitpicking. Or the jury wouldn't hear it and think it was nitpicking. That's why some of the defense comments that are made in open court really are a little not done by lawyers dealing with each other when you can do it sidebar. You don't have to make a claim or embarrass somebody in open court, particularly when your claim may not be accurate. Is Kouri's mother, .U form wants to know if Kouri's mother's in court. I don't know what Kouri's mother looks like, so I can't answer that question, unfortunately. You know, I wonder if she'd think cold pizza was also gross. I think cold pizza is sometimes better than hot pizza, but of course it's hard to go wrong with pizza. Mandy says, I've never heard a defense attorney say, I will have questions for you in our case. Isn't that odd? They always interject, I'm going to be doing this. Now the state may ask questions of you, that sort of thing that you don't usually hear lawyers do, but it's not, it's not anything inappropriate necessarily. It will be a little odd if the jury remembers and she does not call that witness back in the defense case. But, if you started making a list of where defense lawyers say, I'll come back to that, I'll talk about it later, and then track it, most of the time they don't come back to it. They do not talk about it later. I think it's simply their way to sort of mute that they're moving on to another subject because they're not doing well in the subject line they're currently in. You want me to open the door so you can hear the street music? It's coming in through a window. I don't have a door over there. And the window is closed because it's cold. So it's coming in through a cold window. And as much as I like to accommodate the chat and try to do my best, I am not going to open up a window and be cold in here. That's a bridge I won't cross. Trish2461 wants to know if her mother is being charged as an accomplice after the fact. To my knowledge, her mother is charged with nothing. And I don't know that they have any evidence to charge her. You may know more than I know. I mean, she was at the house the night of and then came back in the morning. But, lots of people show up. If your daughter called you and said, come over, my husband is dead, you'd go over. Okay. Yeah, now Rick Grimm wants to say Kouri was a good tipper on a to-go order. It was 31 and she gave 10, and that's almost, what is that, almost 30%? A little under 30%, actually. So you're right. Okay. Sherby wants to know why the state can bring in the fact that she was arrested, but not that she was in jail. They're pretty close, but the judges and the law have generally said it's prejudicial to know that the defendant is in jail. So courts try to keep that information from the jury. But sometimes it comes in and it may not be a big deal. The judge decided here in this case it wasn't a big deal that law enforcement officer early on said, you mean the jail calls? Particularly when it's the defense pushing and therefore it comes in because of what the defense is doing. Okay. Mary Hirsch says, you feel that the prosecution does not ask enough questions of their witnesses. What do you think? I do too. I think rather than just leave all the witness testimony sort of untethered to the state's theory, they might ask a couple of additional questions. Yesterday, I thought on the on what was it? I don't remember what it was, but I thought they should have come back and said, and that was February 14, the date of what's being alleged as the attempted murder when Eric got ill the first time. I would have done that. Here today with this witness, I don't know that there's anything additional the state could have asked. They cannot ask him. And February 14 was the date that Eric Richins got sick and we're alleging attempted murder. He's not in a position to answer that question. So I don't know what additional they could have gotten out of him. Somebody, and it should have been the other lawyer, should have heard the prosecutor misstate the date and say April 12 when it was February 12. That's pretty significant. And that happened once before. And I think it was that February 12 date on some other document. They or February 14, sorry, now I'm misstating the date. Maybe they just don't like Valentine's Day, so they just can't bring themselves to say the date. I mean, he might have then asked the witness, and February 14 is Valentine's Day, isn't it? I mean, that would have at least emphasized, but he really couldn't have done much. But I do agree with you in general that some of these witnesses could be asked a couple more questions to tie it to the state's theory a little. I think clearly what they're going to do is do it all on closing, but I think it still would be nice to sort of embed the notion or reinforce the notion as the case goes on. Okay, Boxer Mom says, what relevance does the restaurant owner provide? He's showing that an egg sandwich was bought on the day that the state alleges Kouri tried to kill Eric the first time, and the state alleges she put the fentanyl in a sandwich that she gave him. Okay.
31500-139. Let's invite the jury back in, please.
All right, jury.
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, may we invite Mr. Kaz into the courtroom, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaz, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Okay, he's one of the ones that there's going to be a jail phone call, and they had talked about earlier today.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What, sir, is your name?
Joshua Kaz.
Is your last name spelled Kaze?
Yes,
Sir, did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
I met Eric probably in 2014 through some mutual friends. Hung out with him a couple times, and then started working in Park City in 2016 for a builder, and Eric Richins was a subcontractor that I worked with quite a bit from 2016 on.
Aside from a business professional relationship, did you have a personal relationship with Eric?
Yeah, so after I started working in Park City, him and I became friends pretty quickly. I played on some of his recreational sports teams. We both liked camping and hunting, so we kind of hit it off on that front. And I think starting 2017, we started hunting together quite a bit each fall.
And would you take trips together to hunt?
Yeah, I think we went to Idaho on some trips 2 or 3 times. Went to Colorado on a trip once, and then a number of times here in Utah.
Are those hunting trips pack hunting trips where you pack in, hunt, pack out?
Mixture of both. We'd, hike in a lot. I think we went on some that were pretty grueling. Idaho in the Frank Church Wilderness was a pretty grueling experience. Our last one that we went on together in Colorado ended up being pretty physically demanding, but it was a mixture of sleeping out. Sometimes we'd sleep in trailers, all the above.
Either professionally or personally, in the last few years of Eric's life, how often would you speak with him?
I'd say probably at least every other week. We had a lot of jobs going with Eric and his company. And so we would speak a lot about that. And then obviously in the fall, we would get to speak quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of the hunting trips we went on, it was just him and I on quite a few of them. So, you know, talk a lot on those hunts as well.
Do you get to know your hunting buddy pretty well when you're out packing with him?
Yeah, especially if it's just you two. There's nobody else to talk to. So, yeah, I think you get to know him pretty well, and in those situations especially.
What was Eric like personally?
He was very kind of outgoing, confident, fun person to be around. You know, he's just kind of magnetic personality. Obviously not shy, I'd say competitive, especially in the sports that we played. He was extremely dependable. You know, one of the best subcontractors I've ever had. If you asked him to do something, he didn't forget. It was always done. Every time he said he would be somewhere or get something done, he always got it done. He was very, very responsible and good that way.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
No.
Have you ever seen him use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use illicit drugs?
No.
Have you ever observed any indication that Eric used drugs?
No.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric Richins at about 2:11 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I do.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
It was notable, I think, for a couple reasons, but the main reason was just well, the topics of the things we talked about, but also the emotion, I guess. It was unlike any other conversation I'd had with Eric. Mostly just kind of his spirits felt almost like somber, and anybody that knows Eric, most of the time you would call and he would already be talking upbeat, you know, and this one was a lot different.
How did he sound to you?
Like I said, somber would be maybe a way to describe it. Very serious. Maybe sincere, which can be is a little like, especially for friends that joke around a lot and kind of rib each other quite a bit, which we did. It was just very outside the norm.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
No.
Based on what Eric said to you, and without saying anything that Eric said, did you offer Eric any advice?
I don't know that I would say advice other than maybe like questions, like suggestions and questions was my response.
What questions did you ask Eric?
Chad, can we approach?
What Eric said to him was hearsay, so he cannot recount that. And you heard the earlier discussion with the judge about it. But his questions to Eric are not hearsay because he's on the stand and he can be cross-examined by the defense. And certainly his suggestions are the same thing. She's objecting because his questions, she is going to say, really lead into the hearsay and he should not be permitted to do it. And in addition, the prejudicial effect outweighs any probative value of what this witness is going to say. She's probably also going to say that he's not in a position, I don't know how she can say it, but to make suggestions because he's not an expert. He doesn't really know, what Eric's issues were, what Eric's state of mind is. So let me try for the 15th time to tell you that you're seeing all kinds of typos from me and trying to answer the chat. And one time, I think I tried 4 times to answer a question. I can't watch the screen and handle the chat at the same time, at least not very efficiently. And I'm going to try not to do it. I hate not answering as we go, and I don't want to answer unless it's related directly to the trial and there's a big space for me to do it. But I hate not answering, so I was trying, but I'm going to tell you now I'm not going to try anymore because I don't think I'm being helpful trying. So. Okay, Mandy wants to know, why is Kouri frantically writing right now? I don't know whether she's giving notes to the defense lawyers, or sometimes defense lawyers tell their client, if you're going to make a face, if you're going to do something, write. I don't care what you write, but write.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kaz, let me ask you 3 yes or no questions, okay? Based on that conversation, did you ask Eric Richins if he was okay now?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric if he was going to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric, what are you going to do about it?
Yes.
So the defense won, at least in part, on this. It looks
Sir,
like
after that call with Eric Richins, did you speak to anybody else about that call?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I talked to my wife that night about it. And then a day or 2 later told a mutual friend, actually two different mutual friends of mine and Eric's.
Did there come a time after Eric's death when you spoke about this call with Cody Wright?
Yes.
Did Cody Wright have a similar call with Eric Richins?
Check to hearsay.
Sustained.
When you spoke with Cody Wright about this call, did Cody Wright say anything inconsistent with your call with Eric Richins?
Check to hearsay.
Sustained.
So that's all I have. Thank you.
you got
No
the
question, Your
question.
May we release this witness, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kaz, you are free to go. Please travel safely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the defense did win its objection, at least in large part. The prosecutor
Your
was
Honor, may we approach on scheduling?
Of course.
not allowed to ask the general question about what questions did you ask, what suggestions did you make, but the three particular questions that I'm pretty sure were run by the judge at sidebar, and the judge said those three will be okay, nothing more. So that's what you heard there. Okay. Let's see if there are any questions. Trying to look at both chats. I don't see anything in either chat, actually, unless I'm missing something. Are you putting question marks so that I'm able to notice? Okay, there's some comments that from some people in the chat that they don't think there's enough evidence yet. But I don't see any questions. So that being the case, I will sit here silent and not interject more comments. Let's see. I'm continuing to look for questions. I don't want to miss any. All right, I don't see anything. Oh, here's a question. Did they address the mistrial this morning? Which mistrial motion was it? I think I was on from the beginning. I didn't hear anything in open court. Did anybody else hear something? Okay. There's a little joke here. Do I think Miss Nestor was pushing for spoiled eggs? Okay, I don't see anything. Let's see on this one. When they're not talking in court, I can look at both chats pretty easily. Let's see. But I don't see any questions. Nope, I don't. Okay. Nope, see no questions. So I think everybody, very good. Yep. And I have, I think you can still hear the music. I may close the doors on that window. I didn't even realize they were still open because he's not doing Italian anymore. He's doing sort of, well, now he's back to Italian. Who is this next witness? Well, they just finished with Eric's friend and business relation.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Yes, the music's coming.
Your Honor, the state calls Chelsea Barney.
Okay, now this is the witness who gave Kouri $45,000 as a down payment on a house that Kouri never used on the house. She was a friend, maybe best friend of Kouri. This is going to be an interesting witness. Because remember, the defense said, well, Kouri took the money, but it was given to her personally. And so long as she had the money on the day there was a closing, she hadn't done anything illicit.
Ms. Barney, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
And she looks pretty nervous before she even gets to the witness seat.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Thank
Chelsea
you.
Barney.
Is your last name spelled Barney?
Yes,
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for about 20 years.
When did you first meet?
Ninth grade, junior high, high school.
And have you stayed friends that whole time?
Yes.
How often do you speak or did you speak with Kouri Richins?
All the time. Sometimes every day, sometimes every other. I mean, all the time.
How often would you see her?
Couple times a week. When we got busy with kids, sometimes once a month. It just kind of depends on schedule at that time.
Would you travel together?
Yeah, I traveled sometimes with her, yeah.
Did you consider her your best friend?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the fact that the defendant obtained a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home that she lived in?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
We were on a vacation to Sun Valley, and she had told me about it.
Who were you on that vacation with?
Some of our other friends.
Was that vacation in October of 2020?
Yes.
Maybe the first weekend of October of 2020?
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about that?
She had said that Eric was mad at her and had turned off her credit cards because he found out she took a loan out on the house, and asked if we could pay for the trip, and she would reimburse us when she could.
Did Kouri Richins say what she did with that $250,000?
She used it to buy a house to flip and sell.
Scott, can we get 2-2D, please? Ma'am, Scott's going to scroll through it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Tara Wells said real estate agents have a fiduciary duty with regard to money. It has to be in an escrow account. I agree, but the defense claim was that these were friends and it was given to Kouri, not as a real estate agent effectively, but as a friend, and it was going to be used for the money on the house, the down payment on the house. That's a fine line, and I don't know whether legally it's a line that really can be drawn. But that was at least a defense claim. She's not happy on the stand. She's not looking at Kouri. It's got to be quite the feeling of betrayal. Your best friend for 20 years. You give her $45,000 of hard-earned money to buy a house. I understand she was a single mother at the time. And then your friend misuses, or you believe she misused the money, and she lost the opportunity to buy the house. So I don't know what happened afterwards, she may say, while she's on the stand. Scandals wants to know whether Chelsea sued Kouri or reported what happened to authorities. Well, she certainly told the story after Eric died. Whether she reported it at the time, I don't know. Somebody in the chat might know. Okay. Chris Brogy wants to know how I think the state is doing so far. I think they're doing fine. We won't know until we hear the entire state's case and then hear what the defense does on the defense side. .U4M, that was a question earlier today, I think, whether Kouri's mother is in court, and I certainly don't know because I don't know what she looks like. Let me go to the end of this chat. I thought what was on my screen was up to date, and it's not, so I want to find the end of the chat.
Ma'am, is that an October 14th? Is that an accurate depiction of an October 14th, 2020 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Are you the blue bubbles and, no, it's the opposite, right? Is Kouri Richins the blue bubbles and you the green bubbles?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-2D.
No objection.
States 2-2D is admitted.
Okay, so now we're going to see them. All right, that's Kouri. Then this is Kelsey or Chelsea. Okay. Ha ha ha, I don't think that helps. You're so funny, friend. Everything's going to be just fine, but if I die, Eric did it. This is from Kelsey. That's ironic, isn't it? I mean, yeah, and then I meant Kouri, not Kelsey. Crazy though, right? Again, Kouri. What to do? If he thinks I owe money, then that's fine. I'll pay whatever he thinks, and then I'm out. It's getting a little out of hand. This is Kouri to Kelsey or Chelsea. And she responds, it's getting way out of hand. I don't think you should pay him anything. Let the attorneys decide stuff like that, because guarantee they will say you don't owe him anything, or that this pay out of the house won't be big. Okay, here's Kouri again, exactly. They would say he still owes me triple of what he says I owe him just for paying me out of the house. This kind of feels like an a-hole, or maybe I shouldn't, but I feel like it would be bad karma or something if I didn't. Honestly, what would you do? What do you feel like an a-hole about? Taking money out of the house? Yes, but it's technically my money, so I shouldn't feel bad. But if I walked away and said good luck, I would feel like an A. So they're talking about the house where she took their home residence, where she took the home equity loan. How much did you take out? Talking about the loan. A lot. And then we have a picture of a child. Is that a GIF? And now we have Chelsea. Ha ha ha. How long do you think it would take for you to pay him back? I just worry he's going to keep digging and hire a PI or something, and things get bad. Well, if she thinks her friend is entitled to the money, what could be bad? Oh, for sure. If he digs and finds something, I don't want him hiring some expensive attorney to fight for the kids or something. Everything has gone through my mind on the endless possibilities. And she says the S will hit the fan. There's nothing more important to me than the boys and making sure custody is always going to be at least 50-50. Okay? Yeah, I bet so. If it was me, I would want to be out ASAP and let the attorneys figure out all the money stuff. Whether it's now or a couple of months from now, he's going to be vindictive and try to fuck you over no matter what. Guarantee he would. This is Kouri. He's going to try everything. He's pushing me so bad to go to counseling by myself because he thinks I need help. I feel like he's going to do that to set me up for down the road to say she's crazy. She even goes to counseling, like he thinks I'm the damn problem here. I should go back and talk to your attorney, let him know the situation, and see how we should move forward. Maybe that's what. I can't get over him thinking you're the crazy one. That's nuts. You should say, I'll go if you go, and see what he says. I'm sure that's what he'll try to do, and he'll say you drink too much. Yes, you definitely should go see him and see what he says to do. This is a reference to the attorney, obviously. Eric's home. Chat later. And there's the gif of the child holding money. Was that
Ma'am,
money?
did Kouri Richins ever tell you whether she had paid back that home equity line of credit?
Yes.
What did she say?
I don't really recall, just that the house she flipped made money. I mean, I didn't really ask much about how much she made or didn't make, and she said she paid him back.
Did there come a time at the end of February 2022 when Kouri Richins mentioned to you something about a a cervical cancer scare.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
We were at a friend's brunch, and she was waiting for a call from her doctor, and she received that call at the brunch, and she had said that her doctor had mentioned that she possibly had cervical cancer and had to go in for a biopsy.
Were you present when Kouri Richins called Eric about that?
Yes.
What did she say to Eric?
She just told him just what the doctor said and that she had to go on for a biopsy.
How did Eric react?
He acted concerned, but kind of was, let's not overreact until we know for sure type of thing.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Kouri Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Other than THC gummies, did you know Eric Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Did you know him to use pain pills at all?
No.
Scott, can I get 2-108, please?
Okay, so they're going after what they think the defense's defense is going to be. This is these second.
Ma'am, if you could read down that kind of timestamp, party, and description columns. Oh, sorry. Scott, can you bring up 2-108D as in Delta?
This is the second witness that has talked about not knowing Eric to use drugs. Maybe at least the third. There were two today and one yesterday at least. And Kouri herself said, no, he didn't use drugs.
Ma'am, oh, I'm sorry, we're still going.
No, that's back to
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that as an accurate depiction of a March the 7th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And is she in blue and you in green?
Oh, yeah. It's May 7th, though.
May 7th? Sorry, May 7th.
He's always 2
Yeah,
months
I'm in
off.
green. She's in blue.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-108 Delta.
2-108D is admitted.
Derek is home and is putting that envelope on the screen door. This is Chelsea. Kouri, oh yeah, it's all just crazy. My attorneys have been talking to me all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, that means he overdosed by accident, obviously, because he doesn't do drugs. He said they have no evidence of either of us having anything to do with it, so somehow it got into his system. We should get the cause of death and autopsy this week, and then my attorneys are going to push for everything and try and get this stuff out. Oh, awesome. Thanks, friend. I think she ran over and grabbed it. I guess it's whatever Chelsea said she was going to put on the door or in the door or under the door. This is going too fast for me to keep up. I can read but not think at the same time. And this is Chelsea again. Yes, it's nuts. They say poison and automatically jump to murder. Like, no, that's ridiculous. And guarantee that came straight from Amy and Katie. It's once they heard that? Do they still have whatever it is? It went too fast. Amy and Katie are Eric's sisters.
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death. How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Kouri's mom, called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh, yeah.
What did she say?
Just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room, and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that evening?
Yes.
What did she say?
That they were celebrating the closing of a job she had, and they had a drink together.
Were you present in November of 2022 when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that Eric was on the phone with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you.
Is he going to talk about the money?
Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please?
Question, can we pick up the last text messages and other evidence on the court website? I don't know if they're posted there. A lot of the documents in this case were sealed. And so whether they're available now, I can't answer. Some of them were seen because of some of the motions that were filed. And so you may be able to find some if you went back through some of the early videos with regard to the motions, but I'm not sure. I can't answer that. Maybe somebody in the chat has tried to go on the website to find whether they're there. Thank you.
Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection.
245D is admitted.
We're going to see more of these. Let me get ready to read again. Okay, Kouri, I just tried Chelsea. So hard to save him. His lifeless body on my bedroom floor, his eyes, his yellow body. Oh, God, how fast the photographer took it away. Okay, she said she tried to save him. That was important, and he moved it away in 2 seconds. I can't even imagine, friend, that with Chelsea, I can't, no matter what people say, you're going to feel different, but I don't think there was anything that could have been done. It was an unexpected thing. I don't even know what to say. I can't even imagine. Okay. I'm okay, Corey. I need to get stuff over from my attorney. Thanks, though, Chels. Give me a few days. And now the response, okay, just let me know if you need anything with the boys, anything. You can call and just chat, too. I hired the law firm that represents the Jazz. It cost me $100K. I will win. They will not take from me what is mine, what I worked my ass for. He's moving it too fast. Chelsea, I can't believe that they are following through with all of it. How heartless can you be? Have you asked Katie to back off? I'm just shocked. I'm sorry, friend. I will help in any way I can. This is the lawsuit that she
Counsel, would you
filed
approach
against
just briefly for a moment?
Eric's family, clearly, is what they're talking about there. The person who's doing the video on the stream clearly is not reading these messages because he or she couldn't possibly think we can read them as fast. Oh,
We
breaking
need
news.
to break for lunch. We're going to do that now. During the lunch break, please do not talk about anything related to the case. Please do not watch, listen, or read any coverage of the case. Please don't do any research about the case. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch. Let's find out how long the lunch break is going to be.
Folks, please have a seat. Ms. Barney.
Yes.
We're going to come back on the record at 1 p.m. Between now and then, you're free to go.
It's
Okay.
3
As long as you
p.m.
come back,
Eastern Time.
ready to go at 1.
Okay.
No matter where you go, whether you stay, whether you go, please don't talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so that's it. There's a question here. Why couldn't Eric's friend discuss his conversation with Eric on Valentine's Day? Other witnesses have discussed conversations because it was hearsay, and there was no exception to the hearsay rule with regard to what Eric said to him that day. Other cases, when there are conversations, there may be an exception to the hearsay rule that applies. In that case, there was no applicable exception, according to the judge. Okay, anything else? I don't see anything here. Let's see if there's anything else before we go off. I don't see any other question. If somebody has a question and puts it up immediately, I will wait and look. Here's another one from Maine Coon. Why was the restaurant guy not asked if anyone else reported illness the same day? I wasn't aware, and maybe I just wasn't listening closely enough, that either Kouri or Eric had called the diner and said he had been ill and maybe it was food poisoning. I don't know. And the prosecutor may not have thought, the question was worth asking whether someone else reported food poisoning. I mean, if the answer had been no, it wouldn't have demonstrated that there couldn't be something wrong with the sandwich that Eric had, or that whatever he was, got sick from wasn't the sandwich, but something else. Maybe he just had a one-day flu. So I don't know how much it would have helped. And that's probably why they didn't ask. Okay, any other question? Looks like that's everything. Okay, so I'm going to close off. I'm going to close off and we'll come back on at 3 Eastern Time. Have a great lunch.
Welcome, everyone. Court's about to resume. I'm going to be with you guys till about 3:45, another 45 minutes. Hey, Joe.
Hi.
And once again, it is soccer time for me. It is Joe Picciuto's birthday. Happy birthday to Joe Picciuto.
Thank you again.
Yeah, and Joe, I know I had to jump on a couple of calls, and I hate having to do that, but what I miss?
I don't know that you missed all that much. Were you here? I don't know exactly when you went off. I think you weren't here.
It was Becky Lloyd was just called to the stand.
Okay.
Okay.
Hers was pretty quick. The person who came afterwards, I think directly afterwards, who was interesting, was Chelsea or Kelsey, the friend who gave Kouri the $45,000 as a down payment on the house and lost the money.
Okay.
Remember they talked about it earlier?
Yeah,
she's still on the stand, and they haven't gotten to the $45,000 payment yet.
What was the energy like between her and Kouri?
Well, she looked really, really nervous, and I don't think she made any contact with Kouri at all. And Kouri was making a couple of faces through there. But anyway, she didn't. I think they're going to get to the 45,000. So far, they were talking about other things. She was best friends with Kouri since junior high, and she talked about Kouri talking about how the marriage wasn't good, and she also talked about Kouri saying it would be so much better if Eric was dead. And the cross went after her a little on that, and I don't think very successfully. But I don't think they finished. I think we were still in the middle of that when we broke for lunch.
Wow.
So let me see if there was anybody else. Oh, the other witness was Eric's friend. He was, I don't remember let me see if I can find the first name. He was the case that they talked about, remember? And he was supposed to be bringing in a jail phone call, I thought, but didn't. But he talked about working
Mr.
with
Bloodworth,
Eric.
anything before we proceed?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis? Anything we need to discuss regarding the recording the phone call that's going to come in through Ms. Barney?
We object to it.
Let's have that conversation now.
They edited
Mr.
it.
Bloodworth, just for the record, proffer what the proposed exhibit is.
Your Honor, it's two exhibits. It's State 2-46 and 2-47. It's one phone call that's split into two recordings. And the phone call is June 17th, 2022, between the defendant and a friend of Eric's, and Chelsea Gibson, the current witness, was present for the portion. Chelsea Barney, the present witness, was present for the portion of the conversation that the state intends to play, and she participated in it. The state is offering it for the defendant's statements. The statements made by Mr. Knudsen and Ms. Barney are effect on the hearer context.
Okay. And a one-sentence description of the probative value. I don't know what's on the call.
Your Honor, the probative value, there's a lot to unpack there. It's sum total, the calls are about 45 minutes.
Give me an example.
Consciousness of guilt throughout.
Okay. Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, first, we don't think the call is relevant. It takes place after Mr. Richins' death. It doesn't discuss anything of relevance in this case that I can recall. We also don't know, Chelsea wasn't a party to the call. I don't know if it was on speaker and she heard parts of the call.
It's representation if she speaks during it.
I'm sorry.
The representation from the state is that Chelsea Barney speaks during the call.
I was just going to say, once or twice she says like yes, or she makes a couple of comments. I don't know though if she was there for the whole call, if she was in and out. I don't know which portion of the call in particular they want to put in. So
Forgive me. I was under the impression that you and Mr. Blower discussed this very thing during the break.
We did not.
Oh, okay. Would now be an appropriate time to have that conversation so that you're not unsure about those things?
Yes. Do you have a transcript of the part you want to put in?
I don't know what they're doing.
Yes.
I mean, I think I like the judge. I think he's a little too nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee while you review that transcript.
I think he's
Would
a little bit
you
too nice.
email me a copy of the same transcript?
Yes,
so I can have the same information at the same time.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll be in recess for until 1:15. Thank you.
Joe, how can she get up there and say she objects on the basis that the call took place after his death?
It's ridiculous.
I mean,
that can't be it cannot be the objection. It just can't. I don't understand their objections. They're just odd. They're always general. He's always asking specifically, what are you complaining about? I know they're trying to make a record for appeal, but you don't make a record for an appeal by making objections that go nowhere. Yeah. So I don't know.
The judge is handsome, got a great voice. He's well put together. He's a ski patrol guy. Seems like a super cool dude, but I think he's got to get a little bit more of a handle on this. I mean, he's like, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I know.
If this was judged again, I'm harping on this.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
now, on the other hand, what he does do exceptionally well is when he makes a ruling for the state, he makes it in a way that makes it almost impenetrable to a successful appeal. So if you're looking for, that is worth a lot. He just does a great job. And he's really also on top of the evidence like no judge I've heard, including Judge Everett. When he's listening to them make an objection, he knows precisely what they're talking about. He knows precisely where in the record the evidence is. So he's really on top of it. And that's also really good in a judge. But I agree with you. He should be tougher on him, giving you time, get it done.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I don't understand the defense. They make these objections and say, well, gee, we don't know, we didn't look. Well, why did you not look? I think it's embarrassing to get in court and say, here's the objection. And he asks a specific question and she says, well, I don't know, I didn't review it. It's frustrating.
Yeah. Again, just going back to the Adelsons, imagine if they tried to suppress evidence from after the day that Dan Markell died. The case was going on for 11 years. It's insane.
Yeah,
but,
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, but I wanted to tell you about the second witness today, Eric's friend. He was a contractor and Eric was one of his subs. He gave a glowing description of Eric, kind, friendly, exceptionally dependable. If he said he was going to do something, it got done. He never had to worry about it. He was his best sub. And he also talked about, I think it was Valentine's Day that year, where Eric's tone changed, was no longer the happy-go-lucky guy. And he talked to you about he was somber. The defense had objections to a couple of questions the state wanted to ask, but he did say that that he had talked about what Eric had said. It was striking him. He talked about it to his wife. He talked about it to a couple of friends. And it was pretty easy to read between the lines as to what Eric had said to him and what his advice was. So he was really helpful. He also said he never saw Eric take prescription drugs, painkillers, illicit drugs. Chelsea said the same thing. Never saw him take any kind of drug. So in that respect, they're also helping the state. So that brings you up to date with, and there was also a restaurant owner who was on and off the stand. He brought in a receipt that showed that Kouri had bought a couple of, breakfast lunch items, and one of them was an egg sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the sandwich that the state says she laced with fentanyl on the 14th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So those are the witnesses that Happened after you left.
I don't think I ever knew it was in a sandwich. I just
Yeah, the first time the claim by the state is it's in a sandwich. I don't know what evidence they have to show that, or whether they're speculating that that's where it had to have happened, because he got sick maybe relatively quickly thereafter. But anyway, so those were the three. But the two friends, and I don't think she's, that we're done with her, because I'll be surprised if she doesn't talk about that 45,000.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're up to date.
Here we go. Interested watcher for Joe. Joe, do you think Kouri's friend's explanation that when they were trying to impeach her was believable?
I did. I mean, I thought they were both. I thought he in particular was very credible. And I don't think what happened with her, Joel, is that she had said that Kouri had said she would be better off if Eric was dead. And she was impeached on the fact that in a police interview, she said maybe she was 90% sure. And then when the defense asked her about it, she said, well, this was a friend and you don't want to believe this sort of thing. But right after I had that interview with the police, within a day or two, I talked to a couple of my friends and asked them what I had said. And they confirmed that I had said, that Kouri had said that she'd be better off with him dead. So I think she did a good job of explaining away what she had said in that police interview. And I thought she sounded credible too. She looked miserable up there.
Really?
Really unhappy.
Huh. We're like 3 minutes away from the break, but we see the seal for the great state of Utah coming up. And then, Joe, was there any indication? I mean, do you think, it's tomorrow's, there's no court tomorrow. So this is definitely going in. I just realized that it's going to go into next week. It doesn't seem like the state's going to rest today. So they've got to
State said they still have that police officer witness, something or other.
Is that for the walk the dog letter?
Well, I think somebody's going to have to bring it in. I can't imagine they're not going to bring it in. The state said, though, sometime today that they expected to be done late Monday or sometime early Tuesday. So they're close.
Yeah, they're very close. And do you think the defense brings a case here?
Yes. They claimed that they were going to recall one of these witnesses in their case in chief. And I tell the chat to watch to see whether they actually do it. They claimed they were going to bring in their own medical expert, if you recall. Who else are they claiming they're going to bring? So they're at least saying that they're mounting a defense. So we'll have to see. But
yeah, I guess.
But I don't know. But I do think the state's case with regard to Kouri saying he took drugs, he got them in Mexico, all of that is a hill to climb. Because not only did she tell the Emmy that he never took drugs, but you're now getting, I think we've heard at least 3 witnesses say they never saw him do anything. They never suspected drug use by him.
Okay. We should get cracking here in about a minute. Again, just a quick programming note for everybody. I'll be back. I'm going to be here for about a half hour, and then I'll be back at 7. So Savannah Guthrie showed up at the Today Show studios today, and there's some things going on regarding the Cajun Navy. So that case continues to have news, and as long as it does, I think we're going to continue to cover it. So that's the plan for 7 p.m. Eastern time. However, I spent all this time yesterday putting together an Alexander Brothers video. The COE posted it, and then we found out that the middle portion of the video was buffering. That makes me want to smack my head against a wall, which I won't do, but I want to.
No, because you just had the MRI was on the knee.
Yeah. COE saying let it go. I really don't want to let it go since I spent about 25 minutes of my life working on that yesterday. But
you got some learning experience out of it. It'll be useful the next time,
I guess. But we are on verdict watch there. I don't know if jury instructions are totally over yet. They should be, but federal jury instructions can probably go on as long as the trial. But the jury should get it today, should get the case today. There are a lot of people who are concerned that we're going to see a repeat of Sean Diddy Combs. I personally think that there's overwhelming evidence in this case. There were 11 victims who testified in the Alexander brothers case. There was a blog presented. It is tough to explain the level of depravity of these brothers. And as the father of 2 daughters, if these were my daughters who were on the witness stand, I don't know. Probably shouldn't say what I'm about to say. I don't know that the Alexanders would be going to prison. Let's put it that way. After hearing what they did to these women. And these women seemed incredibly credible. However, the issue, Joe Pachuto, on this case is what happened with. So Sean Diddy Combs, it was a RICO thing. They didn't feel like he was, a mob
Right, that
boss,
it wasn't a criminal enterprise. That's right.
Here, what Mark Agnifilo is really good at is basically telling a jury, well, this isn't really, it might be the R word, it might be sexual assault, but it's not sex trafficking. But that's where it gets super confusing. Honestly, I don't even think some lawyers understand sort of the nuances of sex trafficking in federal court, but it has to obviously all to do with force, fraud, and coercion and all this other stuff. So I just hope that the jurors get it. If for some reason there's an acquittal in that case, they still, the brothers are facing state charges in Florida.
Right.
So it's far from over.
And they
for
won't
them.
need trafficking for the state charges.
Yeah, but let me tell you, I wish my video didn't buffer because I pulled some quotes from, and they are very much
Have a seat, please.
Triggering quotes.
I don't know what's wrong with rich and powerful men. Look at the Epstein evidence also.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just trying to.
incredible.
Yeah, it's.
You know what? The dean,
Ms. Lewis,
president of Harvard.
may I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
In that blog, in the Alexander Brothers,
I now appreciate what I did not appreciate before I took the break. This is the call that was the subject of one of defendants' motions in limine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the parties briefed this. We had a hearing about it. I ruled on it. I denied
it'll
the
make me
defendant's
happy,
motion to
folks.
exclude
Yes.
this very recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on that?
Just if we
So
could
I
have a
already
continuing
ruled,
objection
lady.
to it, to its admission.
It's preserved for the record. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the ruling? Ready for the jury. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cody, we're ready for that. Tracy, thank you.
I don't know what they think they get by remaking motions over and over again.
I want to know about this judge. Like, does this guy ski after work? Like, what's his deal?
I don't know.
I never found out how tall he is. I want to know if this guy's married, if he has kids. I want to know.
Somebody said there was somebody in the chat said there was a photo posted a few years of him and he had a wedding band on then.
Mr. Bloodworth.
So whether that means he's still married, divorced, and not married, or what.
My apologies. Ms. Barney's welcome to take the stand.
What do you see? I mean, she really does not look happy about being there. Well, you can tell yourself, no eye contact the first time around.
Someone says he skis to work.
Well, then you'd be able to tell how tall he was.
They're at the
Just put him
dinner
up
table and
next.
he's telling his son not to impeach his daughter. You know, that's what happens. And his wife's like, I can't take this anymore. Now, is this the friend?
This is the friend,
Okay, here we go.
or the former friend, I think probably would be more accurate.
Kevin telling me to respect the judge's privacy. I respect that. Kevin Hornbuckle. That sounds like a former Major League Baseball player.
Sounds to me like Horatio Hornblower. See how she's facing the other way?
Yeah, she's looking the other way.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Wendy did that with her mother.
Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, were you present at the Richins residence 2 days after Eric's death, March the 6th, or on March the 6th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And did there come a time when Kouri Richins was very upset and you went to console her?
Yes.
Why was she upset?
She got in an argument with her sister-in-law.
And what was the argument over?
She was trying to get into Eric Richins' safe to get the will out.
And did the argument also involve the home?
Yes.
What portion of the argument involved the home?
The sister-in-law had told Kouri that the house was no longer hers and it belonged to the other sister because she was in charge of everything.
How did Kouri Richins react to learning that?
She was very upset.
How upset?
Crying. I mean, pretty upset. Yeah.
Did she collapse?
Yeah.
Was she hysterical?
Yeah.
Death stare.
Did she say why she was so upset?
She just said she couldn't believe this was all happening.
Did she seem surprised to you that the house was no longer under her control?
Yes.
What, ma'am, do you know about Kouri Richins' business?
Very little. Just that she would buy houses, flip them, and sell them.
Did she present to you as being successful at that?
Yes.
Was she very generous to you?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was in any financial distress?
No.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a house at 299 East, 100 South in Heber?
Yes.
How so?
I lived there. I bought it from Kouri.
Who lived there with you?
My family. My husband and 3, and I had another one, so 4 kids.
Ma'am, when you say you bought it from Kouri, what do you mean?
We were in a situation of needing a place to live, and Kouri was buying this house to flip it and sell it, and she offered to sell it to me.
Did you accept that offer?
Yes.
What was the arrangement?
Just, it went back and forth for a year on what would work out, and it came down to I would sign the deed of the house, and the house was mine, and I paid a down payment, and I could do what I wanted because I had the deed to the house, but the loan would be under her name, but I would pay the mortgage payments myself.
So let's start with the down payment. What was your understanding of the down payment?
Just, she told me it was to pay the brokers back that she borrowed money from to get the house.
And how much money was the down payment?
$45,000.
What, ma'am, were you doing for a living at that time?
I was a manager up at Soldier Hollow Grill.
And did you work in part for tips?
Yes.
And did you have savings from your tip money to pay the $45,000 down payment?
Yes.
Did that amount to essentially your life savings at that point?
Yes.
Did you wire $45,000 to Kouri Richins in 2 separate wires?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a down payment on the house that you were living in?
Yes.
Did you understand that Kouri was going to put that money towards a mortgage that was closing soon after you wired the money?
Yes.
As far as you know at the time, did she put the $45,000 towards the mortgage?
Yes.
What was then your arrangement with her on paying rent or paying the mortgage or paying money?
The loan was just in her name, and I paid the mortgage company directly myself.
Do you remember about what you paid them every month?
$2,900.
Scott, can I get 6-14, please?
We don't have it on our sheet.
Thank you.
Scott, can you scroll down for the for Ms. Barney and counsel?
Scandals, thank you. I'm not sure you heard me the first time, but I really appreciate it. It's been very nice of everybody today. I feel kind of, really, it was all very sweet, so thanks.
Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of a warranty deed that you signed on this house?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that warranty deed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 614 into evidence.
No objection.
614 is admitted.
Your Honor, thank you. Okay, Ms. Barney, it says up at the top, 290 East, 100 South in Heber. Is that the address that you lived at with your family at the time?
Yes.
And that's you, Chelsea Barney, as the sole owner?
Yes.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please.
The bio is up.
Yeah, interesting history.
Mm-hmm.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could, I'm sorry, go up. If you could just enlarge kind of the middle to the bottom portion. Thank you. Scott, if you could go to the next page, please. And then down to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom page. You could enlarge that, please.
There's no way the jury can read that. There were 3 pages before that. There were.
Ma'am, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
When you signed that document, what was your understanding?
That the house was mine.
Did you understand that that document upon signing it, that needed to be recorded with Wasatch County?
Yes.
Was that document ever recorded with Wasatch County?
No.
That was signed, I think, on January the 6th, 2023. From that point forward, did you continue to live in the home, pay the mortgage, and have the understanding that it was your home?
Yes.
Did there come a point when that understanding changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When she got arrested, I was informed that there was a loan taken out on my house that I didn't know about, or I didn't take it
Your
out.
Honor, hearsay?
The question was, did there come a time when she became aware of a certain condition? She's explaining how she became aware of the condition. Doesn't matter if it's true, just matters that she heard it. So this explanation for what she heard can be considered only for an explanation of the effect it had upon her, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So did there come a time when your understanding changed?
Yes, I emailed the lady I signed the papers with and asked for copies of the paper, and she told me it was never filed with the county.
Did you continue to live in the house?
I did.
Did that change?
Yes.
When?
September 24, I believe. I was evicted.
You were evicted in September 24?
Mm-hmm.
Why were you evicted?
The new owners kicked me out.
Were there new owners because the mortgage was foreclosed on?
No.
Why were there new owners?
I don't know how it all works, but she gave the deed over to someone else, and they owned the house.
Was it a deed in lieu of foreclosure?
Yes.
Who's the she when you just said that?
Kouri.
So it's your understanding then that Kouri Richins gave the deed of the house over to new owners in lieu of foreclosure on the house?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 2-55 Delta, please?
So who is she paying the $2,900 or whatever it was a month to? The Kouri or the mortgage company?
Sounds like it was to her, but
Doesn't it? Because otherwise, if she's paying to the mortgage company, I don't know. I can't follow this from her description.
yeah.
Except that clearly she's being sincere about what she thought happened when she lost the house. What a terrible thing to do to a friend.
Awful.
It's a terrible thing to do to anybody, but to your best friend of 20 years?
Yeah.
God. She's practically in tears. She's holding it in pretty well, but God. So she lost 45,000, and the 2,900 a month that she thought was paying down to the mortgage wasn't doing a thing.
She still looks incredibly upset about it. I mean,
Well, I would be, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about taking advantage of somebody. This person couldn't follow the legal stuff, and she believed her friend. Judy Singh is in the chat. Hi. That's AA Legal Focus, and she's got a great channel. Do you know, if I were on a jury and I heard this, I think I would believe she was capable of anything. Probably not the right, judgment call one should make, but boy, I think that's where I'd be. Okay, somebody in the STS chat wants to know who's caring for the children now. I believe it's Katie, Eric's older sister, who's the trustee on the documents. She got into the fight, Kouri got into the fight with Amy, the other sister, when the other sister told her that Katie was in charge of the money and the house and everything. But I think it's Katie that has the kids.
Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of January 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. It's not January, though.
Sorry, June?
Mhm.
June 17th, 2022? I'm having trouble with
Yes, it's fine.
You sure are.
I'll correct you, I guess.
Please do. Your Honor, the state moves 2-55D into evidence. Hold off on publishing.
All right, we object. We approach.
Another objection.
And what's the defense doing here? I mean, what's this? It's frustrating. Like they can't get any forward momentum because the defense.
I don't know what they're up to. I mean, unless they think they have a pretty good chance of winning the objection, I don't think they're doing any good in front of the jury with this, because it sounds as though they're trying to keep that evidence, and that's what it always sounds like to the jury. But in this case, it's evidence from a particularly compelling witness. And I don't think that plays well with the jury at all. Now, maybe this time they do have a good objection that might be sustained. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's hearsay again that they're objecting to.
That's Eric Richins' father. It's got to be brutal to sit in court and watch all this. But he's got to be feeling fairly decent in terms of the way it's going.
Now, that's a good question from the chat, Joel. Somebody just asked if Katie will have to bring the boys to prison to visit Kouri if she's convicted.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. Typically you don't lose parental rights just because you're convicted, even of a major crime. And often, even if the crime is the killing the parent.
I guess a court, like a family court, can compel the sister to bring them to prison to visit?
Yeah, I don't know what family law is not my area, but it would depend on what Utah says and the particular circumstances of the case. They would probably look to what's in the best interests of the children about being brought to the prison to see their mother if she's convicted of killing their father.
Just pictured myself as like a 9-year-old having to go visit Karm in some state prison in like Rahway. Would be a odd upbringing. Would not be the healthiest thing for a young child, I don't think. Well,
particularly if Karm was convicted of killing your father.
Yeah, that'd be even worse. Even worse, God forbid. For those who don't,
Scott, would you go to page 7 for me?
if you don't know Rahway State Prisons, it's got to be one of the scariest looking places you've ever seen.
Yeah, now Mandy is saying in Florida, a conviction of a violent crime is enough to terminate parental rights if the custodial parent chooses to go that way. But here, the custodial parent is the one who's imprisoned, mother, and there is no one on the other side.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really cover this. I don't even know what Florida law would say. Lee Tanner wants to know if the state is going to try to bring in the fact that Kouri hit Amy. I don't know, but I don't think so. I don't think the state will try. I mean, there's a point at which, even if technically it looks like you might be able to get something in, that you elect not to because it will be an appealable issue, and there's no reason to create more issues on appeal unless you really think you need it. And I don't think they need the state needs to have the jury know that Kouri and Amy got into a physical altercation over Kouri thinking the house was hers and being angry about where the money is. I mean, it adds something, but I don't know that it adds enough. What's interesting here, Joel, is one of the witnesses, I think it was the one, may have been the one two witnesses ago, may have been this one actually. When we have so many breaks, I lose track of who said what. But at least into evidence is someone saying that Kouri had said she wanted out of the marriage and she didn't want. Oh, it was this one earlier text. She didn't want anything. All she wanted to do was being free and clear of Eric. And you match that against her conduct, calling about the insurance almost immediately, being angry about the house, being angry that Katie is handling the money. And if the jury is paying attention, that makes her look like more of a liar than ever.
This woman wants to get out of that witness box immediately. Someone else is asking you, Joe, about your latest thoughts on the possibility of Kouri taking the stand in her own defense. I don't know what the hell she's writing there, by the way.
I think she's just writing so she doesn't look up and make a face. I think they're just telling her, right. Don't, I think she'd make a terrible witness without regard to all the stuff they can impeach her on. So my answer is no.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't imagine this case would have to be really in the dumpster for the defense to say, give it a shot because there's no hope otherwise. And that's the only time I think you'd even think about putting her on the stand.
Has this woman, by the way, to Ned Smith's point, do we know if she filed a civil suit against Kouri Richins? Can she, Joe? I know you're not civil's not.
I don't know this area of law very well, but I think she can. She's going to claim fraud.
Yeah.
But whether she would, I mean, talk about someone who's judgment proof. We're looking at her. And civil lawyers typically, I suppose you can get, if you're really indigent, you might be able to get legal services, but normally you got to pay if it's a civil lawsuit. And she'd have maybe a little trouble because I'm not sure, I don't know this area very well, but it may be that what she signed allowed Kouri to do what Kouri did, and it was Kouri who deceived her into thinking it was something else. It may be that a defense would be she should have been more protective of her rights and not just believed her
Ladies and
friend.
gentlemen of the jury, watching me do this at sidebar has got to be like watching paint dry. So rather than that, we're going to let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
This is a longer discussion than we thought.
It's unreal how much time they waste for this jury.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it's on the judge. I mean, it really is. Luckily for me, I've got soccer practice in about 25 minutes, so I've got about.
Yeah, but it's not only it's on the defense also.
Yeah,
it is. It is. Some of these rulings. What, are they going to have a proffer now? It's bad on the witness, too. She must just be,
She wants out.
Even more miserable to be sitting there while all this is going on.
May I borrow that, Mr. Bloodworth? Thank you.
It makes you wonder what the Charlie Kirk trial is going to be like, because at least one of these lawyers is on that case for the defense.
This is a great. This is maybe the best question of the day, and I don't know the answer. I wish I did, but it is from Really Colette. Joel, why are your 3 kids home from school today? I have no idea. It's a great question.
It's easy to ask the question.
Yeah. Not always easy.
And I saw the question from KCL, or the comment about this particular charge claim, the $45,000 being part of the other lawsuit, the financial crimes lawsuit. I think that's right. And the prosecutor talked about wire fraud and bank fraud, and those would be federal crimes.
Mm.
So this poor woman is going to have to testify again.
Yeah. Yep. She looks dazed. I mean, she wants to get the hell out of there.
Well, that's true, but were I she, I also would like to be there to tell my story and hope it helps a conviction. I mean, I'm vindictive. It must be all this Italian blood, even though it's not Sicilian.
Yeah. It's one way to look at it. This trial is a bit disorganized, and Ms.
Lewis, as I understand defendant's position, the two
This is where he's good.
that give defendant the most concern because, in defendant's view, they would undermine the court's ruling regarding the scope of Cody Wright's likely testimony are as follows. This is details matter here, so if you can write these details down. The green message from Ms. Barney on June 17 at 10:36:04 includes the following sentence. Quote, "Fuck that, you wouldn't call Cody about anything personal," end quote. I understand your position to be that when considered in context of Cody's testimony would provide a inference for the jury to draw, or would provide a basis for the jury to draw an inference regarding the content of the conversation with Cody that has been excluded. Am I with you so far?
Yes, except that we actually would start with, you gave him a sandwich.
Yeah, sorry, that is something your client talked about later in the string, so that we got to keep that context in there.
Happy birthday to Joe again. I've got to run. I got to take my son. I'll be back 7 o'clock. We've got a show, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Joe, have a great birthday.
The giving of the sandwich has not been excluded. That's actually hotly in dispute. It's something the state is seeking to prove. The thing that I've excluded is some content of what Eric told Cody, because there is not an applicable hearsay exception for some of that content.
All right, so you're starting with ha-ha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it through...
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Those 2 sentences.
Okay, all right, that's different.
So Eric
Okay,
must
and
have told
then,
Cody.
hold on. Let me just get it on the record, and I'll give you a full opportunity to respond.
I wasn't trying to respond. Can you mark it on the paper copy so that we can then transfer to the...
I can. Do you actually want me to write? I don't want to ruin the only copy you have today.
We'll make a new one.
All right, very good. I got it.
So Eric must have told Cody on February 14, when he was feeling bad, that he thought that Kouri put something in the sandwich. That's the only thing that makes sense out of why they're
And
complaining.
then, as I understand it, Ms. Lewis, we would go to 6/18/2022, 9:57:49. That's on page 9.
Yes.
Second
thanks,
paragraph.
Andy.
Quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him.
Well, and probably the next sentence, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Well, it makes as much sense as anything, but it doesn't matter because it's not coming in for the truth. So other than that, other than those two, were there any other sentences that you believe would undermine the court's other ruling?
Just one moment.
And I say, I'm sorry, other than those two sections, I understand it's more than two sentences.
Everybody
No,
follow
I
me?
mean, we still would make our objection regarding hearsay and the double hearsay, but no, those are the sentences that particularly deal with that issue.
Okay, so Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure the state gets an opportunity to be heard here. Let's take these two sections one at a time. Let's go back to 6/17/2022, 10:36:04. That's the top of page 7. Let me know when you're there.
I think I'm there.
Okay, quote, ha ha, and out of everyone he called Cody about it. Fuck that, he wouldn't call Cody about anything personal. Those two sentences. Any objection to redacting those two sentences?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's do that, Scott, and then let me know when you're ready to move on. Got it. Can you see that, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then Scott, if we may go to page 9, the green bubble at the top. Second paragraph, quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him, end quote.
So, Your Honor, that relates to not to the Valentine's Day charge poisoning. It relates to an earlier trip to Greece. I think there's a fair reading of that is not he called his sister in Greece, he called his sister from Greece.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that was my first reading of it too, given the prior content
Correct.
regarding getting sick in Greece. It's ambiguous though, and so out of an abundance of caution, we're just going to redact it.
Out of an abundance of caution, the state will not object.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we will, of course, pursuant to defendant's request, instruct the jury that they may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. They may not consider any of Ms. Barney's statements in the green for their truth. Rather, they may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener.
Yes. We understand the ruling, yes.
Got it. Anything else before we invite the jury back in, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have some water, Ms. Barney?
I do.
All right, very good. We're ready for the jury.
Okay, did everybody follow that? There are a couple of statements from Chelsea
It's
related to, one was Eric wouldn't have called Cody to tell him that he thought that Kouri was poisoning him because he wouldn't say anything personal to Cody. And the judge has already ruled that what Eric told Cody, i.e. that or texted Cody that he thought that Kouri was trying to poison him, could not come in. I'm sure it was prejudice outweighing probative value, but it ain't not coming in. And so the defense said, well, these comments might lead the jury to reflect on what Eric told Cody that the jury didn't hear and conclude that Eric told Cody that he thought Kouri was trying to poison him. And so that's the discussion they had, and the judge said it will come in, at least that one comment, but he will tell the jury they're not allowed to
Please have a seat
consider
as you
whether
can.
the statement Chelsea made was accurate or not, only for its impact on Kouri.
All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, State's Exhibit 2-55D is admitted. Would you like us to publish to the jury?
Your Honor, one question first, please.
Yes.
Ms. Barney, do you recall that text exchange that you just read?
Yes.
What, ma'am, was the context of that exchange?
She received an affidavit on why her house was searched.
Your Honor, may the court publish?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're about to see a text exchange between Ms. Richins in the blue bubbles, Ms. Barney in the green bubbles. You may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. You may not consider Ms. Barney's statements in the green bubbles for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener of the messages.
Okay. Oh my God, didn't you guys have a drink to toast signing the Midway house? And why would you kill him over that? That's the stupidest thing. You have bought and sold tons of houses. Why all of a sudden that one was the one he argued you about and you killed him over it? I would completely cut ties with that family now. They are all effed up. And Kouri says exactly, they are so stupid. And Valentine's Day, are they serious? Oh my God. Okay. Oh, ha, we'll read it, then we can talk. And now, Chelsea. Oh, snap. Okay, I will read it in 10. Just got us something. We went too fast. What in the whatever? You gave him a sandwich, and Eric has talked to us about he got sick in Greece because of his Lyme disease medication. What's the same with his old Crohn's disease medicine? Then again. And now it's Chelsea. And if he wanted to divorce you, why didn't he let you move out when you had your Kames condo? He didn't want you to leave and begged you. Even Amy said he was trying by reading anger management. It says how his family came to them. Do you think Jean was one of them? Have the detectives talked to Sky ever? Sky was Kouri's first lawyer before the walk the dog letter. And what would you have put in the sandwich for him to break out in hives? So she was very much on her friend's side here. Here's Kouri, I didn't even make him a sandwich. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I both were working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from the diner. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was with him Friday. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No EpiPen, no hives. They are such liars, and he woke up and went to work. Eric got sick in Greece because we were all at a restaurant, and he ordered a non-alcoholic drink. They mixed alcohol in it. So he gets sick from alcohol? Is that the idea? And then this is her friend. Where are they getting this stuff from? How can they just make it up? Cody definitely is involved in this also. I bet it was him and the sisters. They don't want you to get anything. This is effed up. Like, for real. You guys were not divorcing me. You have no reason to kill him. You could have just left him without killing him. I'm shocked. And this is Kouri. I'm suing them for defamation and lying to the cops. Every bit of that is a lie, every bit of it. They are not getting away with this. I went to Gene. I told him I was done with the girls. They are never allowed my kids again, and if he needs to respect that. And said because they are liars, he hasn't gotten. Boy, this photographer thinks we can read quickly. For sure, sue them. Even Cody, all three of them are lying. I'm shocked. How could they say that? And how could the cops believe that without asking you any questions? I wonder what Jean is going to say. She must regret those.
Ma'am, I'd like to now turn your attention, please, to about 2 weeks after Eric's death. On March the 19th, 2022, were you part of a phone call between the defendant, Kouri Richins, and Bryce Knutson?
Yes.
Who is Bryce Knutson?
Eric's best friend.
Did you listen to that phone call this morning?
Yes.
Is it in 2 separate parts?
Yes.
Was that phone call an accurate depiction of the phone call that actually occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, those parts are labeled 2-46 and 2-47. The state moves to admit 246 and 247.
Counsel.
Same objection.
Okay. 246 and 247 are admitted, starting with 246.
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to publish in just a moment. Fair warning, they're long. Ma'am, what was the context of this phone call?
Just to see how Eric felt about everything that was going on with the house and it being in the will and Kouri not having it.
Ma'am, you said to see how Eric felt. Did you mean how Bryce felt?
Sorry, how Bryce felt, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, they moved to publish 246.
Ms. Lewis, do you want the same instruction?
Ongoing instruction, yes.
Okay. You're going to hear a telephone conversation that has 3 voices on it. One of them is Kouri Richins. You may consider the statements made by Ms. Richins on this recorded telephone call for any purpose. The statements made by the other 2 voices on this call you cannot consider for their truth. Rather, you may consider those statements, if at all, only for the purpose of the effect they had upon Kouri as the listener to those statements. All right. Scott, if we lose audio, we'll do our usual dance, okay?
Sounds good, John.
All right.
Your Honor, actually, can I also admit, state moves to admit 2-46T, which is the transcript for the first audio, and 2-47T, which is the transcript for the second audio.
Same objection.
Very good. 246T and 247T are also admitted. Scott, go ahead, please.
Just walking to the airport.
In the airport?
Yeah, remember I work at the airport at night?
Yeah. Well, no, I want to talk to you when you're free, not when you're at work.
Oh, I got 30 minutes for the next flight.
Okay. I gotta talk to you. I gotta get shit off my chest.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good.
So, you know that I'm obviously in a lawsuit with the Richins.
You are?
Yes.
I did not know that.
I just want to tell you what's going on. But I also want to back up a couple steps, and I want to tell you that I understand that your loyalty is 100% to the Richins. Like, you've known them longer, and I get that, and that's fine. And I just, if our friendship ends here, I get that too. And I mean, I get it, Bryce. Like, I just get it, and it sucks, but it is what it is. And I just want to get everything out on the table right now so that, but basically, you know about Eric's trust. It's no surprise.
Yeah.
Bryce, I don't care about money. It's not a big fucking deal to me. All the money, Eric has almost, $3 million in life insurance money. I want it all to go into the trust to my kids. I don't want any of it, Bryce. Like, I don't care about money.
Sure.
This house is my house, Bryce.
Right.
But, I mean, when I make money, like, I work hard for my money, Bryce. Like, I do. I don't make Eric money. I have put $80,000 towards our mortgage in the last year. I paid $60,000 in cash of my money towards that pool. Like, this is my house, and I'm going to fight for it. I just want you to know. And whether I have to fight the girls about it, I'm going to. They can have half of C&E. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it. But they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I know what Eric was doing for a long time, right? I mean, I don't judge you. Eric doesn't judge you. Eric doesn't judge me and the mistakes that I made, right?
But
I know that.
Bryce, I mean, I'm just going to get up. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house.
Yeah.
Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me in 100%. Believing me. No, but I want you to know that. Would you do it? Would you take $250,000 to make $11 million?
Well, that's tricky, right? Like, the communication was the big thing for Eric, right?
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce, I wouldn't do something that I didn't know that I knew I could do. I'm not fucking stupid.
Right.
Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off.
Ooh.
Including my own house that I've almost paid off. Like, I own multiple houses in Park City, in Mill Creek, in Saratoga Springs, in Heber, in Midway, all because I did that. And they all go to my kids. $11 million of real estate property because I took $250,000, Bryce. He just never gave me a fucking chance. He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. He can say I stole from him. He can say whatever. But at the end of the day, that $250,000, Bryce, was paid off in 7 months. and turned into $11 million in 2 years. And now somebody's going to come in and take my fucking house from me? It's not going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
Yes, they're taking my fucking house, Bryce. This is my goddamn house. This is my fucking house.
I thought the house was going to stay with you no matter what.
No. The house goes to the trust's name, which goes to Katie. She has the right to sell it. She has the right to remodel it. She has the right to do whatever. I have no rights to the house, so to speak, of the trust.
That was, Eric he did everything for you and for those kids, right? And when all that shit went down between you and Eric over, the power of attorney and taking the money and whatever, that's what changed it for him, right? So he was like, Bryce, I'm not here anymore. I need to make sure my kids are protected, right?
I get it.
Kouri and they're just protected.
I get it.
So I said I knew she was going to get ugly, right? And I'm neutral here. But if you can just take my word for it, I knew.
Bryce, I'm scared to take your word for it. I'm terrified to take your word.
No, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm more on your side than Katie and Amy's side, only because even though Eric and you were not getting along, how can I don't get along? That's part of being a marriage, right? But Eric would always say that you were his wife, you were the mother of his children, and he loved you, right? And so he would do anything for you and those three boys. And I know he set things up with the lawyers and all that bullshit, right? And that was word for the ground to protect his three kids. But I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Kouri to be protected. But unfortunately, he didn't set her up that way. And honestly, I don't even know how he set it. I don't even know. The only thing I know.
So many mean things. So many mean things in it, and I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that.
And they can have the money, Bryce. I can make more money. I can take care of my kids. I just want my house. I just want my house and my stuff in my house that me and Eric bought. I just want my house. They can have all the money. They can have all the money.
Did you tell him that?
I can't talk to him. I tried to tell him that, Bryce.
Hey, Bryce. This is Chelsea. Hey. So Kouri has told them, or they're going through like attorney to attorney. It's never been like face to face.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell them?
Yeah, just
okay.
tell
So Kouri has told them that they can take all the life insurance, whatever they have in their name, what Eric left to them, but Kouri just wants her house, which is like a $3 million to $7 million difference. Well, they won't agree to anything until they get the autopsy because they think that Kouri had a part in Eric's death. As in Amy and Katie. They probably not Katie as much as Amy. They think that Kouri has a part in Eric's death.
A little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's capable of doing that, but...
What?
I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. And she just got this call yesterday. And I'm up here just because she asked me to come up because she's kind of broken right now and she doesn't know what to do. And that's kind of where they're at, where they said they don't want to agree to anything until they get the autopsy back to reassure them that Kouri had no part in Eric's death. So that's kind of where Kouri's like, like how, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, this is all just fucking crazy.
My conversation with Eric, right, or the thing that he did, they were all the protected kids story.
No, and everyone totally understands that. Like, I think everyone understands that. Everyone knows how Kouri and Eric were. Everyone does. Like, even I do. Like, everybody knew how we're not fucking stupid. 2 years ago they were getting a divorce and then they were great. But, like, to say in the moment that they were at when he died, I mean, I can honestly say, because I even told Kouri, like, I hadn't gotten a call from you in a year that Eric was being an asshole. Like, I hadn't gotten that call. So, like, for me to say, like, Eric wouldn't have turned this around, like, I guarantee you Eric would have turned this around. And I'm not saying, like, Kouri needs life insurance. She doesn't. Like, Kouri can make whatever money she wants. But the fact that they're going after her house is what she's just so broken about, is because
I don't know. What does the will say?
it just says, so in the will, it says everything that, so Eric put the house in the trust. No, not just for the kids, for, like, Katie. So Katie can make all calls up until they are 18 years old. Yes, but not just that, but she's the power of the trust too. So, like, Eric put the house, so Eric not only put his part of the house, but he put Kouri's equity in the house in the trust. So Kouri has no fucking say right now, unless she fights it with a lawyer, which she's doing right now. But also, he put half of his business in the half that, so him and Cody signed a, I don't know, some, like, insurance thing to where if one of the partners died, that half would go to the widow. Well, Eric signed his half that would go to the widow into the trust. So in all honesty, Kouri gets nothing from Eric, which, I mean, Kouri's not about getting anything from her husband dying right now. I mean, that's a tragic thing where no one, like, that's not what you go after unless you're some fucking Black Widow. Like, that's not what you go after. You don't go after your husband dying, and you don't go after money. But, I mean, she's just saying she doesn't even care about the life insurance, because the life insurance, the beneficiary is Katie right now of Eric's life insurance.
That's fine.
Which Kouri says she's fine. And, like, in all honesty, like, if you weigh out how much Katie gets in the will and how much Kouri is asking for, is compared to $7 million to $3 million. Like, Kouri has already weighed her assets on everything, and with Kouri's house and, like, everything that is in her house, she would probably get $3 million with that. And Katie, with the life insurance and everything she's getting out of it, she's getting $7 million. So it's like, you know, like, all Kouri is asking for is her house, but they're not agreeing to that because they are coming up with the fact that Kouri has a say, or like, Kouri was an accomplice in how Eric died, is what they're saying. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I have not talked to Katie, Gene, or Amy about any of this stuff.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk to Gene, because Gene's kind of Switzerland on this whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, with all being said, it all comes down to Kouri can't attend Eric's celebration of life. Yes,
No, I can't. My attorney said I
her
can't.
attorney said there's no, like,
If Katie and
absolutely
Amy are gonna
not,
be
like,
there,
don't
yeah.
attend Eric's celebration of life, because Katie or Amy will be there, or one of their friends will be there, or someone will be there to come out and making Kouri look bad, because they've already come after her of being an incompetent mother.
Amy said I was an incompetent mother of Saturday night. Tell him that. I didn't
So
tell him
on
that.
Saturday, Amy has came out to her lawyer saying that Saturday night, the night that you came over and we were all drinking, that
Amy
Kouri
told him I
was
was
an incompetent mother and couldn't take care of her own kids that night. So Amy had to take care of them, which Amy had no part of taking care of them, because Lisa and DJ were here.
And so they're filing a suit saying I'm.
So they're filing a suit trying to make Kouri look out as a incompetent mother.
I don't agree with that.
I know, and Brian,
Thank God, Bryce,
and
thank
Kouri
you.
kept saying, like, all day, she's like, I need to call Bryce, I want to talk to him, but I don't know how to go about it, because Bryce is like a Richins side, and it fucking sucks that there's, like, a Richins side and there's, like, a Kouri side. Like, if fucking, like, that's that's fucked up, you know? Like, fuck! Like, this isn't what this should be about. Like, we shouldn't fucking like grieve about Eric's death, about being whose side is who. Like it should be all one and one, and we should come together as a fucking family and just like love each other and like.
I agree, and I just put myself. If I could talk to Eric today, in the thousands of conversations that him and I have had, about what would happen if I weren't here, what would happen if he weren't here, and honestly, to me, I know what Eric would want. Now, I get he put shit in writing, right? I get he went to the lawyer because he got his feelings hurt and shit happened 2 years ago.
He got his baby feelings hurt.
And so but I know for a fact that if he knew this was going to happen, I think he would have made some changes.
He would have.
Bryce, I am not a bad mom. Like, I am not a bad fucking mom. And Amy told him I was a bad mom.
The Richins girls don't play nice. And they never have and they never will.
Well.
But
that's kind of like ultimately what she wanted to call you about was that she just can't make the celebration of life. And she feels awful about it. She doesn't want, and if you continue to do it, whether you cancel it or not, like if you continue to do it, she doesn't want she doesn't want to come out as looking as the bad guy that she's not there.
Oh, I get it.
Everybody's coming though, Bryce. I invited everybody and everybody's coming. I just can't go, and I feel like a fucking asshole, but I just can't, and I don't know what they're gonna do or say next, and I didn't fucking do anything.
I know, I get it.
Yeah, like in all reality, she's just kind of looking out for her and the boys right now.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, Kouri, I have no part of any of this. My goal for as long as I'm on this damn earth is Kouri, I get things are going to transpire in the next however many years, right? I just hope that you and I can have a relationship to where I can come see you guys every once in a while. You guys live so damn far away. That's what I want. I don't want to muddy the water. I don't want things to get shitty between you and I, because I would love to see those boys grow up, right? Because watching those boys grow up would mean the world to Eric, and him and I made promises to one another that if something were to happen to either one of us, that's what we would do for one another. And Kouri, I get it. Like, Brooke and I suck at being married too. Like, shit happens, and unfortunately, Eric put some shit in writing because he got his feelings hurt. But at the end of the day, he loves you, and he loves those boys, and he'd say the same thing today if he was here. So.
Yeah, I agree. I get it.
But hey, let me call you back if I can. My thing just vanished. Let me
Yeah.
call back in like half hour. If I'm okay.
All right, call us back.
All right, yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Donna, we can move to 2-47 now.
So I wonder what she's going to say now that she's been, let us say, mistreated by Kouri.
What happened? Okay, Ash, hold on. You freaking teacher!
You have reached Bryce with Kenworth.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone was on silent.
No worries. So ultimately, Kouri, I guess I said I support you, right? I don't want to. I can't get involved. I can't even get involved anyway, right? Like, I don't have a dog in a fight. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad that this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. That this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
And he doesn't want to be in the middle.
Let's fix that. One moment, please.
So I guess she wants the friend to be on her side, maybe as a witness in the litigation.
Done wrong to them. I've never, I mean, I helped Katie when she had postpartum. I watched her girls. I helped Amy when she lost her mom. And I don't understand what I did so wrong. We've never been super close, but it's like I've never done wrong to them, and I don't understand why they're putting me through hell.
Yeah, you personally didn't do anything wrong to them, but you gotta understand how Eric was, right? When Eric was upset or you guys weren't getting along, he'd call me. Well, he stopped calling me because I kept telling him, I said, you gotta do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Brian, goddamn, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not being with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it.
Did that happen again?
I believe so.
I'm so sorry.
The person on the stand is...
When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that...
I think it jumped ahead a little when the recording restarted.
Do we need to go backward a little bit?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Saturday you're in, right? When people do, I get kids,
Yeah.
He had them done. I said, you gotta do one of two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he's gonna say thing to me with Brooke, right? Brian, goddamn, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, well, it's easier said than done. He'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not being with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it work. Stop being such a hard ass. When people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that Saturday at your house where he was like taking anger management classes. I'm like, holy shit.
Pause for 1 minute.
Like,
I think we're...
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. And we are now back scrolling correctly, it seems. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
actually trying to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
No, and that's the thing, Bryce. Like, we were so good this last, 2 years. Like, we have been so good. Like, Eric has been, he had an anger management book that he would write in, every couple of days. Like, it was in his nightstand. I'd come home from, work, and he was out on the back deck, writing in his anger management book. And, we were just good. I was going to counseling, he was doing anger management. We have been so good.
Right.
Everybody knew it. We were going on double dates. We were going out more. We did weekly date nights. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of a sudden, Katie and Amy are attacking me for no fucking reason. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And
all Katie and Amy ever heard about you was always the bad shit, right?
They did, and
Eric, when things were good between you guys, Eric wasn't calling me or anybody else, mostly Katie and Amy, right? Hey, Kouri did this awesome, she did this awesome, this is great, right?
Yeah.
He would only call the bitch about what you were doing, what you were doing, right? And so all I heard was the negative shit, right?
Yeah.
But I said, I'm sorry. And I said, I wish we could have a lifeline to Eric right now, and because I know if he could talk, he would say no.
He would
That's not
explain it.
Yes. He set things up to protect his kids, but it wasn't set anything up to try to fuck you. He loved you all the time. Every day he told me, you know? And yeah, I said the other day, we all fight, but he'd always say, I love Kouri. She's the mother of my children. She's my wife. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm like, good for you, brother. That's what you have to do, right?
Well, yeah, like...
I just hate that you guys have to go down this route now because the things that Eric put into place with the lawyer.
And that was 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, we've come so far in 2 years, and it's like, if Eric redid his shit, last month we sat down and talked about every asset that we had, everything we had, and Eric was like, holy fucking shit, like, he was just also taken by surprise. Like, he just was like, that $250,000 is the best thing you've ever done. And I was like, I know, you just didn't believe in me. And, and I was like, and now it all goes to our kids. Like, our kids are taken care of for life. Like, and if he redid it today, it would be fucking different. And now everything is just so fucked up. Like, it's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. And every day they're coming at me with something. Like, I'm getting charged with fucking assault. I'm getting charged with...
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
All right, another break. So some of this sounds as though it's exculpatory or useful to the defense. When she says all she wants is the house, when she talks about all the money she made with the $250,000, the issue for the defense is going to be the other evidence that contradicts what she's saying to the best friend, and what she was texting to her best friend Chelsea. And I believe we'll hear what Chelsea says when this is done, if the prosecutor even asks her questions, and I never know what he's going to do, because she may well say that she had been duped and now she knows better, because that's probably the truth. We'll see whether she probably will say she believed it at the time, but she no longer does. That would be my best guess about it. And so the evidence that comes in from the other sources, including the accountant, the forensic accountant, it contradicts the claims that Kouri is making. The evidence that she called about the insurance immediately, which I believe. So that's why the state wants this evidence in, and that's why the defense did not want it in. So, are there any questions? And thank you for those who have been saying happy birthday to me, and for those who gave me gifts on Prof. Joe Explains, which are the ones that come to me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's been really nice to see, I guess would be the way to put it. And I did not want to say it was my birthday, but I did, and I'm getting these well wishes, and on my channel, some super chats and gifts coming to me because they're on my channel. It's really been great. So thank you very much. And for those of you who are wondering where Joel is on his channel, he had to leave, and he's doing a show tonight, and I don't know whether it's going to turn out to be on this case or on the...
Scott, we should just be able to press play.
They have 4 charges against me right now. One is theft of trust property. One is
Do we want the instruction? Can I have a moment?
Of course.
And tomorrow, I think those of you who've been on for a while will have heard him say that he's going to be on with his mother, Karm, and he was asking for suggestions about what people wanted to hear him talk about. So tomorrow is a break day for this trial. We're coming back on Monday. And the state said I don't know whether we should believe the prosecutor, but he said he thought he'd be done late Monday or early Tuesday. And so then we'll start with the defense case if they're going to put on a case. Oh, Charles Mersola says, oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Have a cappuccino on him. Well, that's a very generous gift, and I will tell you that cappuccinos don't cost that much in Italy, but thank you very much. It'd be lovely to have one on you. I appreciate it. Okay, any questions, though, about what's been going on? Okay, I don't see any on either of the chats. So well, I guess we'll just have to wait. I think, I don't know how you all feel, but I think this witness's testimony has been really powerful. Because, I mean, the idea that she put that much down as a down payment, what did she say? She was working and getting.
Thank you for your patience. You've just heard and may hear an additional reference or two by Ms. Richins in this recording to charges, quote unquote. Those references are to separate civil litigation regarding the trust, the civil lawsuit. They are not references to criminal charges of any kind. Moreover, you cannot consider those references to civil litigation to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait at any time. Just wanted to make sure you had that important clarification. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
Not for now, thank you.
Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, may we continue the recording?
Yes, Your
Who's recording?
Okay.
And
Scott,
I
go ahead.
don't know. It's an interesting
Theft
question.
of conversion of
I'm guessing
some
Kouri.
bullshit I don't even know how to pronounce. Like, all this shit. And I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been in trouble since I was in high school. When I was 16 years old, for hell's sakes. I'm 32. Like, what do you mean I'm in trouble? Like, I didn't fucking do anything. You know? Like,
I agree.
I don't know. Anyway, I meant to call you yesterday. I talked to the medical examiner. I called them because I don't believe that they don't have anything. I just am having a hard time believing that.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Well, she said that, she's like, well, I'll have the actual doctor call you who did his autopsy. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so her name is Pamela Ulmer. And she called me a couple hours later. And I was like, look, lady, like, you gotta have something for me. Like, there's no way you didn't notice something obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, 12 weeks, And she was just like, well, yeah, there was something obvious, we noticed, but, we're not going to call you and tell you that immediately. And I was like, well, what? So they ruled out an aneurysm automatically. She's like, it wasn't. Yeah. She's like, it wasn't an aneurysm. I can tell you that. And she goes, he did test positive twice for COVID. And I was like, yeah, bullshit. No. Which we did have COVID a month and a half ago. Like, we all tested positive, but that was like a month and a half ago. Like, he didn't still have fucking COVID.
Yeah, that was fucking, everybody had it in January.
Like we didn't still have COVID. And she was like, well, his lungs, he had a fungal infection in his lungs. Like, they were completely covered in white spots. She's like, and I don't know what it was. She's like, so I cut 3 of them out and sent them in for biopsies. She's like, but they were so full of fluid and blood. She's like, I have no idea yet what it is. She's like, so I'm thinking between the COVID and the fungal infection that it shut his lungs down. And I was like, no. Like, that, he is the healthiest guy. That guy is a fucking mountain goat. Like, he could, like, I was like, we just ran a half a marathon 6 months ago, and Eric didn't even train for it, and I did, and he beat me by 40 minutes. Like, no, there's nothing wrong with his lungs. Like, no, I don't believe that. And she got bitchy with me. And she's like, well, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, it's not COVID in his lungs. Like, there's just not. There's no way. And I was like, and no offense, like, my husband would roll over in his grave and haunt you and everybody involved if you put him down as COVID. We are very against COVID and vaccines. Like, nope, not happening. Like,
if it was COVID, there would have been signs of him.
Well, that's what I said. And
able to breathe and shit, right? Like,
yes, he wasn't sick. I was like, he was just at soccer the night before. He was running around. Like, he was totally fucking healthy. He wasn't sick. He was not sick. No, I don't buy that. Like, no. Yeah. I was like, I will call you back in 2 weeks, because she said that she sent all of his organs out for testing, a toxicology report, blood, everything. And that's why it's going to take so long. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have more results, because that is not what it is. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Dude, the people who have died of COVID had symptoms before
And
they
yes,
died.
Fucking overweight.
they were overweight. They were in the hospital, ICU. Like, he did not die of fucking COVID, lady.
Just randomly.
Jesus.
And like, in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. Like, I would have heard him get up, have a hard time breathing. Bryce, when I found him, he was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. When I rolled over, when I got in bed with him at 3 a.m., like, he was in the same position as he was when I went to bed with him. Like, no, I don't buy it. Mm-mm. Like, keep testing. That's not it. And if she puts him down as fucking COVID, I will, Jesus Christ, I will flip fucking shit. It's not COVID. No. And so I was like, nope, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have some more results back, because that's not it. I was like, that guy was in better shape than anybody you could ever imagine. Like,
he didn't drink like we did?
He didn't drink. No, he didn't drink. He didn't smoke. I was like, literally, I trained for a half marathon for 6 months. He woke up that morning and decided he was going to run a half marathon and still beat me by 40 minutes.
Fucking hate that you do that shit.
Yes, it was so annoying. I was fucking pissed, but he still did it. Like, he had better lungs than anybody you would ever. No, it's not his lungs. I don't buy it.
Do you recall the Emmys? She said these things to her.
Kicked his ass too.
Yeah. So she's wondering that too. So I gave her all of his Lyme disease doctor's information. So she was going to reach out to his Lyme disease doctor and contact them and see his last lab results and stuff. And then she was going to look into silicosis, because Sylvie actually got cancer and stuff from silicosis, who's one of their main employees. 2 other of their employees, and then Shannon's brother, died of silicosis. But I was like, no, he doesn't have silicosis. Like, I just sent him in for testing 5 years ago, and his lungs were 100% healthy.
From all the dust and shit.
Yeah.
Rock and everything.
Yes. And I was like, trust me, my husband was 100% healthy 5 years ago. Like, his lungs were 100%, and he does not lay stone, nor does he cut it in the last 5 years. Like, he drives around in a truck, lady. Like, it's not, because she was like, what does he do for a living? And I told her, and I was like, but that's not it. Like, he owns a company. He doesn't cut it.
He's the owner. He's not the,
No.
the employee cutter.
He's not the main cutter by any means.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm just going to look into it. And I was like, okay, you can look into it if you want, but that's not it. And I was like, and it is not his lungs. Like, you have to go with something else. Like, I was pissed when she said that. I was like, he will roll over in his grave. You put him down for COVID. And so she was just, I don't know, kind of snippy after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through this. I knew that this was going to get stupid, right? And
Bryce, I don't want anything.
I think you're doing the right thing, though, right? Like, you were married to Eric for almost 10 years. You knew the ins and outs of your relationship. I get Eric set things up legally with a lawyer to protect the company that he had and his 3 boys, and shit was not going right with you two. I get it.
Bryce, did you really think I was just going to screw Eric and take everything he had? Like, why?
No, but he was worried about it, right? It's because, not saying you personally, but the people we've known over the years, you think you hear shit on the media, right? Like, the wife takes her husband for everything he's got because he didn't do everything the right way, right? And I didn't ever talk about the ledge. He never told me exactly what he was doing. He told me what he was doing, right? And every time he'd tell me, like, oh, I went and saw the lawyer today, it was because I'm just getting everything set up because I don't want my kids to be homeless. I don't want them to be homeless.
Oh my God, yeah.
But that was when I said shit was going stupid with you
No,
too, right?
I get it.
And I think if Eric was still here today, and I think he'd change it.
He would.
Unfortunately, it sucks he can't, right? And now Katie has all power. At least Katie has power, not Amy. Amy would probably be worse at it, but.
And it just like hurt. I think it was most hurtful the way that he wrote it, Bryce. Like if you read it, it was just so hurtful the way that he wrote the trust. Like, I get we were in a rocky spot 2 years ago. Did I ever think we would officially divorce and go about our ways? Like, not really.
Hell, he thought that, right?
I guess.
When he was seeing that stupid Jen chick, I would tell him, I'm like, bro, like, if you're going to see her, there's going to be consequences. If you get caught, do you want to be with this chick? Well, no. I said, well, then you got to, because if you get caught, you're going to get divorced. But then he gets caught, right? And then you kick him out of the house for, a week or two? Then you go live with his dad for like 2 weeks or something?
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think Eric was here I can say it again. I think he changed it. Just unfortunately he didn't. And now you're stuck in a hard place, right? To fight for your family, fight for what's yours. And the Richins family, not necessarily Gene. I think if Gene, I don't think he wouldn't be as ruthless as.
No, he's trying to stay neutral.
Yeah, and
it sucks.
From what I heard from Katie. Katie's like, she's like, I don't want Kouri and myself to go south, right? Or those 3 boys. Katie and I don't have a relationship, right? So we don't ever talk.
I mean, all she has to do is just, Bryce, give me my house. Like, I don't make Eric money, but I make okay money. Like, just give me my house. They can have everything. Bryce, this is my home. I got married here.
Absolutely.
This is my baby. I brought my babies here. Like, this is my home. They can have everything they want, but give me my house, for God's sake. Like, Jesus.
What do they want? What does Katie want to do with it? Does she want to sell it?
No, I don't know. They just want it. They want the title in the trust's name, so I can't have control over it. And they won't figure anything out with it until they have the autopsy report. And when they said that, it broke me. Like, I said, what does that mean?
Thinking that you had something to do with it.
Yeah, and I lost it. And I asked my attorneys, I said, I don't understand. What does that mean? And he was like, they think you had something to do with Eric's death. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? Jesus Christ. And he was like, they think that, and they reiterated it. And I was like, oh my God, what? And they're like, they're going with that, Kouri. They're on that level. And Bryce, I lost it. Fucking lost it. I was like, you think I killed my fucking husband for Jesus Christ's sake?
No, I've not heard that from any of those two. And I ignored how I thought that myself, right?
Why? Like, what?
Yeah, I would never. I mean, Kouri, we can all do a lot of things, and you are not capable of doing.
No shit. There's no way.
If you were gonna do it, you would have shot him in his head.
Like 2 years ago.
Right?
Like 2 years ago.
Like years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't even know what that means. I was like, well, what do you mean? How does that even fucking happen? Like, what? Like, I gave him too much water? Like, I don't even know. Like, I drowned it? I don't know what that, what?
Yeah.
And my attorney was like, well, that's kind of a silly thing to say. I was like, well, I don't fucking know what you mean right now. Like, I don't know. And he was like, Kouri, you need to lay low in your house for the next 3 months and not go anywhere. And I was like, are you serious?
That's wild.
And he's like, no, that's what they're attacking you with. And I was like, oh my God.
And coming after me as a mother.
Yeah, so, and then, yeah, that was the other thing is like, I fell, Bryce, I like fell to the floor.
They're not only coming after her with that, but they're coming after her with being a mother.
I didn't ask Bryce to write a letter. Bryce, I asked everybody else to write a letter from that night because Amy said I was an incapable mom and that I was so drunk that night she had to care for my kids. And I couldn't care for my own kids. I love to drink. You know that, right? Like everybody knows it. I love to drink. I have never been in a position ever that I could not take care of my own children. Ever. Like, and remember Amy took video? She showed her attorney those videos and said, look, Kouri's partying all night. She's not a grieving wife. She's not a capable mother. She showed those videos to their attorney, Bryce. Like, and showed my fucking attorney. Like, I'm a good mom, Bryce. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
I mean,
so she showed them with your pants off, Bryce.
Also, you didn't have any pants on, Bryce. You didn't have any pants on.
Well, anybody who knows Eric had a relationship, my pants are never on.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, we were just it was just a celebration of life. Like, it was like.
I agree.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that?
I can't speak for those two girls. I don't know. I don't know what makes them think, right? You know, they lose their brother, but at the same time, do you really want to lose?
I lost my husband. I lost my kids' dad. My babies lost their dad, Bryce. Jesus fucking hell. And you're going to submit videos and say that I'm an incompetent mom? Like, what? It's not fair. It's just not fair. And I said, you guys can have money. Have all the money you had. I don't care. Just leave me alone, you know? Just fucking leave me alone.
Hopefully when that autopsy chick comes back, they can stop being thinking. Obviously, it rules out that there's no foul play.
But that's the thing. Like, it's so hurtful. It's so hurtful that there's a decision regarding the autopsy.
That they would even think that.
You know, it's like you're wanting an autopsy to make decisions. So like what? Like
what do you know who I am?
I mean, it's just like it's just.
I just don't get it. You know, I just don't get it.
Well, they're going down a slippery slope, right? Because I mean, you are the mother of those three kids, and if they want to have any relationship with you and those three kids, this is not how you start out the relationship.
No, and well, she's crying right now. What? You what? Hold on, Bryce. What?
Can you come look at my polar bears? Yeah, then I want to come and ask you.
Okay, like 2 minutes, okay? Okay.
Good, go on for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, go lay on the couch then. I don't know what you're saying. Go lay on the couch. Okay, go downstairs. 2 minutes. Fuck, I don't know, Bryce. Like, it's just like kind of crazy.
Yeah. It sucks it has to be this way.
I mean, it's kind of like neither of them, like not even, like I'm not even just speaking for Kouri, but like Katie and Amy cannot grieve for anything because all three of them are concentrated on fighting against what Eric has.
And they can have it. They can have it. Just fucking take it. Leave me alone.
And that's, you know, it's just kind of like that's all they're concentrated on. And we're like, I don't know. Like, and I mean, I've seen this. Like, it happened with my dad and his uncles when my grandparents died. Like, everyone fights against money. It always happens with death. Always.
Like, there's no fight.
Yeah, it happened with Eric and Julie.
Yes, exactly. It happened with Eric and Julie. Like, that happened. It happened with Linda. It happens all the time with death. Every single time death happens, like, money is fucking involved.
Yeah.
And, like, that sucks, but at the same time, it's like
I'm not
Eric.
fighting for it.
No.
I'm giving it to them.
No,
like,
Eric,
just give me
like
my
Kouri's,
house.
but Eric left behind like a family that he took care of. Like, how much of Eric's wealth went to Amy and Katie?
I don't think any of it did it.
Exactly.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are they fighting for this when they, like, all of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's,
Somebody's here.
It's Selma probably. All of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's, like everything, your lizard's on the fucking chair behind me.
Okay.
But all of Eric's wealth and everything went to his family.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Guys, they can have
That's what he wanted.
it. They can fucking have
I know.
everything. Just
Exactly.
take it. Just
I don't think.
knows.
No, I'm not speaking for him. I haven't spoken to him about it, right? But I'd be hard pressed to feel that they want Eric's money. Because Eric, I thought he had it all set up anyway to go to the kids, right? All this stuff went to his kids.
No, it does. It goes to the kids, but the house won't go to the kids until they're 18. So that's what Kouri is fighting for.
They're acting like I'm some snake, Bryce. Like I'm some. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, Bryce. I don't get it. They can have it. Take it all. Take it all.
So just what Kouri's saying, like what the attorney said, like everything goes to the kids. The kids are set up for life. The kids are completely 13.
Your Honor, that's the end of it.
Okay. Any additional questions for this witness from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like a brief break before cross-examination?
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
That'd be helpful.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Thank you. Ms. Barney, same instruction. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anybody during the break.
Okay.
We'll be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
So we're taking another little break, I guess. And we heard the two little tapes. And my question to you, you can put them in the STS chat or you can put them in the Prof. Joe chats. But my question is, do you think that second clip helped the defense or helped the prosecution, and why? And let me see if I get any comments one way or the other. Okay, I'm seeing somebody said it's a wash, somebody else says prosecutor, somebody else says prosecutor. Let's see. because obviously the prosecutor thinks it helps the state, and that's why he fought to get it in. And pretty clearly the defense thinks it's helping the prosecutor, and that's why they fought to keep it out. Okay. All right. Well, we're breaking. I don't have a count, but it looks more prosecutor than defense on it. Okay. A couple of people are saying I don't see how it could help the state. Okay. Most people are saying state and that she's whining. Remember, the state thinks it helps the state and the defense thinks it doesn't. So you've got some clue as to where the two sides feel about this. And as I said earlier, part of the way you have to evaluate it is not on the terms of the recording you hear, but as against the other evidence that's in the record or that will come into the record. And some of the other evidence shows how intent Kouri was to get at the insurance money and some of the money in the trust. And so when she's saying here that it doesn't matter, you got to measure it against the other evidence. Now, you don't have to, as the jury, believe the other evidence is true. You don't have to believe the medical examiner who didn't testify that Kouri called and said, well, it can't be this and it can't be that and it can't be something else. You don't have to believe the forensic accountant about whether she had money or didn't have money. You don't have to believe any of it. You can believe this phone call, but you have to evaluate it against the other evidence and coming to a conclusion, because in a trial, it's not one witness or one piece of evidence. It's all of it combined that you have to decide that you have to use to decide where does this come out. And this best friend, Bryce, in some ways is in the same situation that Chelsea is in. They are taking what Kouri says at face value and then evaluating what's happening to her. And I don't think Bryce will be testifying. I think I would be surprised if he's called. But the question would be knowing all the evidence that's come out since, including the boyfriend, including the fact that she didn't have, what did she say? She had 11 million. She took the 250 and it was 11 million. And the evidence that shows that that's not true, whether he would say today what he was saying then. I did think it was interesting, his description of Eric's sisters, and I wonder how they reacted to hearing it if this was the first time that they heard it in court today. And, you say things, to some extent, I felt that he was sort of in the middle. He wanted to placate Kouri, and he may actually have felt sympathy for her, and maybe giving his impression of how Eric would have felt. Of course, he didn't know that Eric suspected her. He may not have known that Eric suspected her of trying to kill him, and he doesn't have the evidence that might lead a jury to decide that she did kill him. And so whether he would feel the same way today or say the same things today is certainly an open question. We may very well find out whether Chelsea feels now the way she did on those phone calls. And so that's what we're going to hear. But it's a good illustration, I think, of how any piece of evidence might sound compelling, but you really do have to measure it against all the evidence that's in the record. So we're coming back in about 5 minutes, so I'm going to turn off unless I see a question here. And I'm getting another thing. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let me see what somebody over. I see one over here where it said only an innocent woman do something. So I was trying to find that again to see what the comment was. Okay. I don't find it now. But as I say, this is really good example how, here it is. Only an innocent woman would record calls. This is from Tyler Durden. I'm not so sure that's true. If I thought that what I was saying on the call could be used to be exculpatory for me, then I might well record the call so I could show, here's what I said. And then you'd have to say, gee, you set it up. You did it deliberately. We can't believe what you said on the call because it was all a setup and you taped it and you knew you were taping it. So I'm not at all sure that only an innocent person would tape. In fact, if you're innocent, why would you tape? I'd like, if anybody in the chat has an idea, let me know. And Tyler Durden, if you have an idea as to why, if I'm innocent, I would tape a phone call with my husband's closest friend. Put it in the chat because I really would like to see what, and I think the chat does a really good job of sort of airing all points of view and also all evidence or arguments in favor of one side or the other. So it would be great to see it all. Okay. And Lori Mint wants to know why there's not follow-up from the prosecutor. Well, he's not finished with the witness, so there may be some follow-up. Let me see let me look down here. I'm not seeing any questions though. Nope, I don't see any questions. Let's see if there are any on this side. No, I don't see any questions. Oh yeah, here it is, but let me get back to it. Oh, I'm losing it because it jumped too fast for me. It was something about, did Bryce, I don't know where it is. I'm sorry, I lost it. If you put in a question in the chat on the SDS side, would you put it back in, because there was one and it went by so fast that I didn't catch it. So I'll wait and see if you put it back in. Okay, and here's another question. Tyler, why would she record if she's innocent? Which is my question, but there was one. Okay. No, it's not coming back in. I apologize, really. If I haven't answered it, here it is. Wait a minute. Is Bryce going to testify? That wasn't it, but I will say, I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know what the state's idea about the last witnesses would be. His information is in now, and the only thing would be if the state wanted him to say, do you feel that way now? And I'm not so sure that would work, that they could put him on the stand and say, do you feel now what you felt then? That would be admissible. So I don't think he'll be called. Oh, here it is. Did Bryce know she was having an affair? This is from, it went by me again, so I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, here it is. The Kiwana. I don't know. I don't think so. But if he knew, if there's information, certainly not in this record, but information from prior hearings or something that was reported, I didn't see it. So if you saw it, put it in the chat, because I don't know the answer to that. Okay, Dayton Andre, it went by me again. I'm trying to hold on to it and it just flips anyway. I'm so sorry that I'm not better at this, because Dayton Andre, I wanted to answer that question and I don't see it now. Let's see if I can see it over here. It is. It went again. I'm telling you, I can't. Okay, stay still, chat, so I can get this. It's jumping on me like crazy. This is terrible. It was, didn't Bryce say Eric had a girl on the side? I didn't hear it. He may have. And that would be something more likely, I think, that he might have heard from Eric, that Eric might have said that, he was attracted to someone else, whether it was an actual affair or an attraction. That's something you might share with your best friend. But I don't know. And I didn't hear him say it, but he could have, because I was also trying to look at the chats. Whenever I try to look at the chat so I can respond, I tend to miss some of what's going on in the trial. And so I tell myself, don't look at the chat, but then I feel bad that I'm not answering questions. So I'm driven to look at the chat again. Okay. All right. Here's someone. I'm a litigator for 38 years and people tape all the time thinking that they can steer the conversation in their favor. Yeah. No doubt true. What time is Joel's show tomorrow with his mom? I don't know the answer to that. I didn't hear him say it when he was on. In the past, it was at 5:00, but I don't hold me to that because I do not know for tomorrow. And I don't know if the COE is on right now, but if she is, she will respond to that. And I'm sorry that I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, but they will post. You'll be able to find an alert or whatever we call those things in on YouTube that will tell you what the time is. But I do believe in the past it was done at 5 o'clock. All right, let's see on this side. Okay. Is Bryce going to testify? I already said I don't know. Just out of curiosity, is there, this is DDLI1HG, just out of curiosity, is there proof the husband was having an affair? Well, you had one witness, I think it was Kouri, who said, no, it wasn't Kouri, it was one of the female witnesses who said that she knew that Eric had a strong attraction to a woman. It may have been the employee of the company, but she did not say there was an affair. And I didn't hear any witness on the stand say he was having an affair, or that person thought he was having an affair, or certainly nothing from Eric that was introduced saying he was having an affair. So no, we do not know. Not for sure anyway. But there's evidence from, what's in the record from which the jury could conclude that yes, he was having an affair. We don't know if the jury will. Ask yourself if you would. Okay, let me see if I find another one. Oh, I'm getting that Joel and Karm are usually on at 1 p.m. Eastern time on Fridays. So, okay, looks like the right answer to that is 1 p.m. at Eastern time tomorrow. Great, thank you for the chat telling me this. Okay. Let's see, is there anything else? Sandy wanted to know, why didn't the prosecutor ask this witness if she got her $45,000 back? It's a weird trial. Well, she said she didn't get it back, I think. She said that the money was put in the house. She was putting money in. It wasn't going to the
on the record.
purpose. So maybe she
Please
didn't ask
proceed.
that directly.
Your Honor, citing the case of Take C v. Baxi, I omitted an email in direct that I had intended to introduce.
Okay.
Can I pick up there and then tender
course.
for redirect?
No problem. Is Ms. Lewis familiar with the email? If there's going to be an objection, I can rule on.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know the case that he cited.
No, that was a joke. That's okay.
Oh, was that a joke? Okay, well, that's why I didn't know it.
It's all right. The email is exhibit which?
2-123 Delta. Scott, can you bring that up?
Okay, so he emitted an email, and now we're going to see an email.
This is a text message exchange?
Text message.
Okay.
Is that it? Can I see the whole thing?
Yes. In fact, Miss Barney, if you want to watch it now, that'll speed things along.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I'm getting people in the chat who said that Bryce did mention the girlfriend, so okay. And I'm getting somebody in the chat who said Bryce was supposed to be Eric's friend. After that, I wonder. From his point of view, he's believing what Kouri has said, and I think he's accurately reflecting what Eric's view was, because remember, the lawyer said the same thing. She wanted to try to cut Kouri out completely, and Eric said, no, she's the mother of my children. And so what this witness, Bryce, is saying, I think, lines up with what his lawyer said. And so I think he's reflecting what he thinks. He didn't think Eric was murdered. He's reflecting what he thinks Eric would feel after he calmed down from finding out that Kouri had taken the 250 when he had told her no, and felt that Eric would have calmed down, that he loved her, that he loved
Ms.
the
Lewis.
kids.
Your
and that he
object,
would
Mr. Bloodworth
change his
tendered the
mind.
witness, and to go back now and reopen, I object.
Okay, any objection to the admissibility of this document under the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay. It's certainly within the court's discretion to allow direct to be reopened, to add one exhibit, particularly before cross has even begun. So, anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Tracy, if you would get the jury brought in, I'd appreciate it. We're about to. It's okay.
This poor woman has been on the stand, it seems to me, forever. And there have been so many breaks, and she's so uncomfortable, and she's still there. Look at how really uncomfortable she looks. Okay. All right. Martin wants to know if I have big plans for my birthday. Remember, it's 11/17 in Italy, and we're still doing this. So whatever the plans were, they've happened. Okay.
Please have a seat as you come in.
I don't think, is she looking at the jury, do you think, or is she just looking out in space? I think she's trying, I think if she could, she'd close her eyes or maybe put a bag over her head and pretend she didn't see anything
All right,
that wasn't
please
there.
have a seat. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state would like to offer another exhibit.
Yes, one more exhibit, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Barney, you just reviewed Exhibit 2-123D. Is that an accurate depiction of a June 6th, 2022 text message exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter and publish 2-123D.
Ms. Lewis.
No further objections.
2-123D is admitted, and it is published.
Okay. In Park City, and why didn't they say anything? I thought it was, I lost it. No, Taylorsville, 15 minutes away. They said it's ready, and they have me on the list first to call to come get the official report, and the death certificate has now been updated. So I'm rushing to get it before Katie's done behind. I was going to ask if you might run into them. This is from Chelsea. Again, what if you see them today? I'm freaking out. So she was rushing to get the death certificate, the amended one. Is everything okay from Chelsea? And from Kouri, the attachment, maybe that's a death certificate, a trace of fentanyl, manner of death undetermined. That must be the original one then. I don't know that it was a trace though. His lungs were shot, and when he took something containing fentanyl, it put his lungs overboard and they shut down. I think it's finally over. This from Kouri. From Kouri, I'm waiting on my attorney to call and confirm that, but I think it's over. I'm bailing. Comes Chelsea. Is that what the Emmy said? So are they done with the investigation too? Like, did they find where he got the fentanyl? It's over, and Friday we get to see more about it and have everything. I didn't finish it. It looks like with the silicosis, COVID, and then fentanyl, it just got his lungs. And Kouri says text you in a few. So she's not representing the death certificate accurately. Okay, says Chelsea. And now we have the death certificate, the final pathological.
Anything further for this witness,
diagnosis.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
We have no questions for Ms. Barney.
Okay. May we allow Ms. Barney to step down, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Lewis?
I think just in an abundance of caution, maybe we could keep her subject to subpoena.
Understood. So, Ms. Barney, you're free to go today, but
So no
you may
question.
get notice that you need to come back for some additional questions before the end of the trial. Between now and the end of the trial, please do not speak to anyone about your testimony. Don't let anybody talk to you about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage of the case. Don't listen to any coverage of the case. Don't read anything about the case.
Okay.
Please travel safely.
I think that was probably smart, because if they had asked her about what she said, she then would have said, I don't believe it anymore. I believed it because she lied to me.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Allie Stakings.
Very good. Good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Listen.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Alameda Staking?
Is your last name spelled Stakings?
No, S. Staking.
I'm sorry, there's only one of you.
Yes.
Ms. Staking, would you pull the mic a little closer to you? Okay. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's just easier to move the mic. Thank you. Please proceed.
Apologies, ma'am. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
we
I do.
record everything, so
Yes,
I
I
saw
do.
that you were nodding, but how do you know Kouri Richins?
We grew up together, school.
When did you first meet her?
I met her in, I think, junior high school.
Since junior high school, about how often do you see or speak with her?
I talked to her pretty frequently.
Are you one of her best friends?
Yes. Yeah. I was, yeah.
You were?
I am, yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Kouri Richins attend a Finding True Self retreat at the Sedona Mago Center for Wellbeing in Arizona in February of 2021?
Yes, we did.
As part of that retreat, did each of you complete an assignment in which you wrote your life story in third person?
Yes, we did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-4, please? Can you scroll through for the witness and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that as the form that you and Kouri Richins filled out during the retreat?
Well, I never read it at the retreat, but that's the Sedona manga logo, yes.
And is that Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 2-4 and publish.
Your Honor, we'd renew our prior objections, 401, 402, and 403. I'm not sure that there's enough foundation at this point to put it in through this witness. She said she never saw it at the time, and I don't know if there's enough foundation about the handwriting at this point.
The 401, 402, 403 issues have been ruled on by the court. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about foundation.
Your Honor, maybe I'll just or
Please.
question a little bit.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you read Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
Are you generally familiar, though, with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
And is that, Scott, can you go to the top?
Trying to get out of testifying.
That
against-
logo at the top, is that consistent with the form that each of you individually filled out while at the Sedona Mago Retreat Center?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. She said she's not comfortable enough to identify her handwriting, and she never saw Kouri write this or saw it at the time it was done.
Counsel, would you approach for a second?
Yep, she's trying to get out of, she heard what the defense lawyer asked about she can't identify, so she shouldn't testify. And then we got from her that she couldn't identify. That's an example of a witness learning from what the lawyer said and maybe molding the testimony a little. Now, it's possible that what she's doing is answering truthfully, maybe very, very carefully, but truthfully. But there's at least an alternative explanation for it. And so what the prosecutor is doing is saying, she said it looked like her friend's handwriting, and it's in the form that they did whatever it was this story was at the retreat in Sedona. Although she didn't look at it at the time, which is also an issue, that he may be able to get it in because of the context and the form, and I don't know who had it, whether she had it or they're showing her something that Kouri had. So we'll see. Well, they're discussing it now, so we'll see what the outcome is. And she looks nervous too. She doesn't look like she wants to be there either. We're having a run of witnesses who would rather be anywhere else than on the stand.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's motion to admit State's Exhibit 2-4 is denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll revisit it. Thank you.
They're going to have to find another witness to get it in because she's not able to do it.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Kouri Richins' house flipping business?
Yes.
How so?
We were going to hire her to do work for us. Me and my kid's dad.
And did you understand it was a successful business?
I did. I believed it to be, yes.
Did you know whether or not the business was in any financial distress?
No, I did not.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
How so?
I knew that he was... What do you mean?
Do you know who Josh Grossman is?
Yes, I know of him, yes.
How do you know of him?
Kouri told me about him.
What did Kouri say about him?
She said that they were having an affair.
And when did she tell you this?
It was about June 2020.
Did she tell you the status of that affair when she spoke to you in June 2020?
Could you clarify?
Was it ongoing at the time?
Yes, it was ongoing.
Did she ever tell you that the affair was broken off?
She did.
When did she tell you the affair was broken off?
My last visit prior to Eric passing, she told me that she'd ended things with Josh and chose her family. It had been over for about 9 months at that point.
And was that last visit you had with Eric Richins on the weekend of February the 20th, 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And she said then that she had broken it off 9 months earlier.
Yes.
She's constantly telling stories, isn't she? Doesn't make her a murderer, but it certainly makes her less than the most truthful person.
Your Honor, may we just approach briefly to make sure we have a common understanding?
Yes.
So he wants to be sure what he's asking, the judge will permit him to ask. He doesn't want to do it and then find out. Okay, let's see how long this takes. On Monday, if someone reminds me, I'm going to time all these breaks and just see how much time we're losing by all these sidebars and the breaks that the judge takes while we go. I'm curious about it. I've been curious before, but I never remember to do it, and I think I'd like to. So with your help, I will do it. On behalf of Surviving the Survivor, thank you for the 50 Surviving the Survivor memberships. That's really very generous. And I know that if Joel were here, he would certainly thank you. So I'm going to do it as his designated substitute. But that is very generous, and I know it's well appreciated. Asego OA Music. All right. And I know that the people who are getting that gift membership are also very, very appreciative. And I would be extremely appreciative if we'd get back to this trial and not simply be sitting here waiting again. But I'm not so sure that my hopes are going to be met or satisfied, or whatever the verb is you want to use. Redenta Mama, thank you very much for your gift. I really appreciate it. And I like the Italian.
I promise that was time well spent. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, your family
Mr.
is
Bloodworth,
really
please
good.
proceed.
And you visited twice. That's great. Visit again.
Mistaking
Oh,
on
beautiful country.
that visit you mentioned, the weekend of February 20th, 2022.
Charge me
Did there come a
wrong.
time when you, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, and maybe others were having a conversation about Eric Richins becoming ill on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Kouri, Eric, Selma, and Wade, our other friends.
How did that conversation arise?
What do you mean?
Who started it?
I can't remember who started the conversation.
How did you come to learn about whatever happened on Valentine's Day?
Eric told us.
What did Eric Richins say?
He said that he thought that Kouri had tried to poison him, but it was more of a funny story. It was like an allergic reaction, is what we had thought it was.
So Eric jokingly, I want to accurately capture
we were laughing at the story.
So did Eric,
along with Eric.
Right. Did Eric jokingly say that Kouri Richins had tried to?
Yes, and we all teased Kouri for trying to kill him or poison him or whatever he thought it was.
Okay. How did Kouri Richins react to Eric Richins jokingly say that she tried to poison him on Valentine's Day?
She laughed about it. We were all laughing.
Did she say anything about what happened on
She
Valentine's?
said no, that's not what happened, that he had, that it was an allergic reaction or something, or it wasn't that dramatic, it didn't happen like that. Something along those lines.
Did she say how it happened or what happened?
No, not that I can recall.
Just that it didn't happen as Eric jokingly said it happened.
No, but with Eric right there.
Allergic.
Sure. Eric's there the whole time.
Yes.
Understood.
So thank you, Charles Marasola, for the memberships. I really appreciate it. And AR Wyoming, you are increasingly generous. Every time I look, you're gifting. Amazing, really amazing. Thank you.
Your Honor, I hate to keep doing this. I just want to bring up one other thing at the bench.
No, it's better.
Okay.
And I appreciate every other gift and the birthday wishes. Now that there's a little pause, it's very hard to say thank you when the trial is going. And so I feel really bad that I don't, but I really do appreciate it. So if you don't hear me say it, it's because the trial is going on and I'm trying to listen and I miss it, or I see it, but I can't find a way to say something without speaking over what's happening at the trial. And I don't want to do that either. Yeah, so, but now that I have a chance, let me give a big thanks to all of you. And let's see what's going on in this. All right. So she's still Kouri's friend, and she's giving as little as she can while being honest as to what occurred. So she said it was only a joke. Remember Charlie Adelson's joke, for those of you who've watched the trials of the Adelson family and the killing of Dan Markel. Charlie Adelson said, I thought about hiring a hitman, but I thought buying you a TV was cheaper. And it was supposedly a joke, but boy, that helped convict him. Oh, look at that. Only 1951 also gave me a gift. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I just am so appreciative, and I'm glad that I have a chance to say that because it's quiet right now. Okay. And there's Amber. Hello, Amber. You should be in bed. It's midnight. Oh, no, I forget. It's almost midnight where I am, not where you are. It's so hard. This trial in particular, since it's Mountain Time to New York time, to Italy time, I'm telling you, I'm lucky. I know where I am half the day. And I have an Italian lesson online right now, and I decided not to do it because I'd have to leave this trial, and I didn't want to leave it and not finish up with you all. So I'm going to have to do that by looking at the video. So next week, it's only a 5-hour time difference because the U.S. goes on Eastern Daylight, but Europe doesn't switch for another couple of weeks. So everything will be a little earlier for me, and that'll be great because I also have to be up early for my 8:30 Italian class.
I'm sorry, briefly, we're going to go back to the Sedona Mago letter. Scott, can you publish, can you bring up 2-4?
This is amazing the way these gifts are coming in. I'm so grateful.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth. What's the state's motion?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-4.
Consistent with the court's ruling at sidebar, states Exhibit 2-4 is admitted.
Just 1 moment.
Of course.
So I'm wondering whether sidebar was subject to it being, the foundation being laid by another witness. Because that's possibly what happens. Sometimes you have a document and no one can lay the entire foundation. You sometimes need 2 or 3 witnesses to get it done. But each of them could talk about something. And so the document is admitted.
Your Honor, I just think under Rule 106, for completeness sake, if we're going to put this in, let's just put in the whole letter.
I'm not aware of what's under the redaction, so would the two of you approach for a second?
Oh, not
Let's just
another
make sure
time. Because she didn't do this before trial the first time, the judge says it'll come in. I think what's happening is subject to foundation being laid by another witness. And now she says she wants the whole thing in. And so the judge is in a position of not knowing what the whole thing is. So he's got to look at the claim that it all comes in. I will say, because I do think this is a failure of preparation and of talking to each other. I will say that putting together a case is really very time consuming. And you interview a witness on day 1, and then on day 20, you find out new information. You want to go back and re-interview the first witness because now you have more things to ask about. That continues to go on. Exhibits come in at all different times. The defense is making motions about what to keep out, and so is the prosecution. It's a moving target, and so it can get really difficult to have all your ducks in order all the time. And a lot of that I should give lawyers grace, because that's true. On the other hand, it does seem to me that some of this should have been taken care of. A lot of this was done pre-trial on motions in limine, and the judge ruled, and now the defense is coming back for a second and third bite at the apple. So, but I do think.
Thank you for your indulgence. Just sit tight for a minute while we work through something. Thank you.
The poor jury. That it does become complicated. And what also happens is you get a new ruling on item A, and now you have to go back and think about B. And that did happen with earlier today. The judge had ruled, I don't know when, probably pre-trial, that the evidence that Eric had told his friend that he suspected Kouri of putting something in his sandwich could not come in. And then we had the issue of later testimony, and thank you, Jolie 43, welcome, of later testimony where the defense said, that looks like something that the jury now is going to be able to connect to figure out what Eric told his friend. So that was a new issue that they couldn't have really gotten to earlier, at least without knowing that the later information, I think it was a phone call or maybe it was a text, was coming in. And so those things happen. And it was also true that however well you prepare, you may not think of something, and it only becomes clear when you hear the witness on the stand or you see the exhibit in the context of where you are at trial. All those things are true. And lawyers should be given, as I say, I should be giving them grace. But having said all that, this still seems to be a lack of preparation, at least in part. And I mean, it's like limping. We do 2 steps forward and then we stop. We don't go backwards, but we do 2 steps forward and stop. And then a step and a half and stop. And then 3 steps and stop. And then 4 steps, and the defense makes the same objection.
Story.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me, how much time do you need to come up with an unredacted version?
We have it.
Okay. Scott, would you, the screens are muted. Would you show it to me for a moment, please? One moment.
It's ready.
Your Honor, we'll put a sticker on it later, but
Okay.
that's it.
I just hope they keep all these exhibits straight, so at the end with the redactions and everything, that they have the right exhibit each time, the finalized version of each exhibit. That
Okay.
also,
The number of this again, one more time? 2-4?
particularly when you're doing it on the fly.
The unredacted version of 2-4. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Is admitted. Published now?
Yes,
Unredacted
Your Honor.
version, so everything's going in. The whole document. Because that's what the defense wanted for completion, she said. Oh, this is the letter that was done at that Sedona retreat. Kouri was born in 1990 in Oklahoma. Her parents were married and working for the same engineering firm. Both previously married with children. Her father had a daughter and her mother had a son and a daughter. Together, Kouri's parents had Kouri and her brother Ronnie. Ronnie and Kouri had to move at 9 and 10 when they were kids from 1990 to 1996. They lived in 17 different states due to their parents' work. Kouri's father was an alcoholic, and most of his life. In 1996, he was drinking and driving, fell asleep, hit and ran over a cop, and he was put in prison for the next 6.5 years. Kouri's mother, who is her best friend, has her own addiction. She is a compulsive gambler. Once Kouri's father was put in prison, her mom then filed for divorce in 1998 and continued working full-time, rarely being home. Tanya, Kouri's something daughter, was raised by her mom. DJ, Kouri's half-brother, lived with his father. However, Kouri's older sister helped Kouri's mother raise Kouri and Ronnie while their mom worked. Once Renee turned 18, she left and never had a relationship again with Kouri or Ronnie because she blames them and having to help raise them, destroying her life as a kid. Boy, she's not a good writer. That really doesn't read well. Okay, where are we? Kouri lost trust in her parents. We've got the addiction and their home was foreclosed on, multiple cars repossessed, and ends were barely being met. Kouri's mother spent everything and more to fulfill her addiction needs, even if that meant losing our home multiple times. Kouri lost trust in her parents at a very young age. She graduated from high school in 2007 when she was 17, eager to begin college and have a stable life, make a stable life for herself. She began college and met her new husband. When Kouri met her husband, she instantly fell for the idea of a marriage with kids and a happy family, a stable family, because that was her dream. Kouri got pregnant her sophomore year of college, which was very unexpected. At the time, Kouri's relationship was very rocky, but she thought, no, once the baby gets here, I'll be happy and everything will be fine. Kouri had her first son in 2012, graduated college that same year. She then got married in 2013 because she told herself, when I get married, I'll be happy. In 2019, she had her second son because she told herself, another baby will make me happy. Kouri then started graduate school in 2016 because that will fill all this hole and make me happy, but it didn't. In 2017, she had her third son and her life spiraled downhill. She graduated from grad school in 2018, however. She also found out her husband had been having an emotional affair. Well, that doesn't sound like physical, does it? Kouri went to counseling on and off because of anxiety, depression, this constant need to chase happiness, constant need to chase happiness, her emotionally. She is exhausted from years of hearing, your husband, selfish was not enough, you need me. From her husband, I guess. You need me from her husband. I can't read any more unless the videographer or whoever he is moves this up. That's really not written well. It's very, needs a really tight editing and an elimination of run-on sentences at least. But I don't see the rest of it. Come on. Usually he's
no further questions.
Read it. Genzo30, thank you so much. Very kind of you. And I think there was one on STS, if I can go back and get it. Welcome to Legal Scholar, Jolie43, but let me see if I can get the one on STS and thank on behalf of Joel if I can find it.
We've agreed that I'm going to handle this witness as a direct examination since she's here from out of town, so we don't have to bring her back.
Sounds good.
All right.
I appreciate it. Please proceed.
So that was Aida Shaw, I think it was, to STS. Thank you on behalf of Joel and STS.
Good afternoon. Oh. Who knows anymore? How are you today?
I've been better.
I'm sure you have.
Allie, will you do me a favor? I'm sincere. You can sit wherever you like. Just
Where do you
pull
want
the
it?
mic closer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Ellie, my name's Wendy Lewis. I know we've spoken, but we haven't met before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk about, you knew Kouri, you said, since junior high.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And
Did you do things with her as and Eric as couples, or with also your children as families?
Both. We did things with our families as well.
All right. And did you go on a trip to Hawaii together?
I did.
And when was that trip to Hawaii?
I think it was early 2018.
Early 2018?
Yeah. February, I think.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that trip?
Our friend was getting married.
Which friend was that?
Selma.
Selma. Okay. And did something happen on that trip that Kouri was upset about?
Could you clarify?
Did something happen in terms of the travel to Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kouri found out that Eric had hidden drugs in her suitcase without telling her.
Okay. And what was it that he put in the suitcase?
Gummies.
And was she upset about that?
Yes. Yes. We were laughing. Yeah. She wasn't crying upset. It was more or less a funny story, but not so funny.
Not so funny story.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is it fair to say she was not happy?
No, she was not okay with it.
Okay. And what was Eric Richins' reaction? You don't have to get into what he said, but how did he react to Kouri not being happy with him?
He thought it was hilarious.
He thought it was hilarious that he'd put...
Yes, his thinking was...
THC in her bag.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's... I'm just clarifying. You're fine. Okay. Now, you said that you were visiting... and you're from California, right?
Yeah.
Yes, or you're living in California now.
Yes.
To be more accurate. And you were visiting here about a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks before Eric died, correct? Or is that right?
Yes.
All right. And during that trip, you just talked about some things that happened during that trip when you were staying with the Richins. Did you take THC gummies with them at that time?
Not on that trip, I didn't.
Not on that trip?
I don't believe so, no. No, Eric didn't want me to.
Why didn't Eric want you to? Do you know why?
Yes, he said that he...
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you, without...
Sustained regarding calling for hearsay, can you rephrase, Ms.
Yes. All right. So you discussed taking gummies.
We did.
All right. And there was a concern about taking them. Is that fair?
Yes.
And why was there a concern about taking those?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Would maybe just ask her why she didn't do something or what her concerns were.
All right. Why did you decide not to take the gummies?
I was told they were bad gummies. That they made Kouri super sick.
Okay. Are you aware where those gummies came from?
No, I wasn't aware.
All right. You had taken gummies, THC gummies, with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And where originally, you don't have to tell me who, but where were those gummies purchased from?
Well, I was never with him when he got them, but I knew it was from a...
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation?
Foundation.
Okay.
All right.
Sustained.
You had taken gummies with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And so had some of your other friends. It was something that you all did occasionally, just like having a drink. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And are you aware of, well, let me rephrase that. Were you all getting these gummies from the same source originally?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pause for one moment. I need a reason.
Foundation.
Okay. Would you please lay some foundation for whether and to what extent this witness knows about the source of anything that she took?
Again, you were all getting gummies from the same source, right?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I need you to lay some foundation, not
I'm
just
working
ask
on
the
it.
same question. Just break it down.
This should be easy for a lawyer, but evidently it's not.
Do you know where you and your friends were getting the THC gummies from?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
You are aware? Okay. And for a time period, you were getting them from one particular person, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time period that you were getting them from that person?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from 2018 to 2021? Was it from, can you give me a general time, for how long of a time?
Would you pause there for one moment? Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, particularly as it relates to whether or not hearsay is the foundation.
Right. Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Would you approach for 1 second?
He's got to help her do foundation. It's really incredible. Foundation is one of the most, first of all, it's something that you regularly have to do. Every document, every exhibit, text messages, phone messages, letters, conversations. Sometimes you have to lay a foundation. You have to show that the witness on the stand is in a position to be able to testify about the thing that the lawyer wants her to testify about. It is maybe the thing that a lawyer does most in a trial. And yet this defense lawyer is having trouble doing it. It's really surprising to me.
Let me just back up. You said you were aware that they were all coming from the same person.
It's a yes or no.
Yes.
How are you aware of the person that was providing them?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How were you aware where the gummies were coming from?
That's the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Were you ever there when the gummies were purchased or brought or delivered? You were never there?
No.
All right. Did you ever purchase them yourself?
No.
So, can you tell me how you knew? Well, let me just come out. So did someone tell you where the gummies were coming from, or did you have personal knowledge of where the gummies were coming from?
I was told where they were coming from.
All right. Okay.
Now we're into hearsay.
How was it that you found out that Mr. Richins had died?
Our friend Kelsey called me.
Called you?
Yes, I was called on the phone.
Yes. And was that the day that Mr. Richins passed away?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do when you found out?
I cried.
And then what did you do?
And then booked a flight and came the very next day.
All right. So you arrived?
I arrived on the 5th.
On the 5th. All right. And how did Kouri seem when you arrived?
Distraught. Like she was grieving.
And you've known Kouri a long time?
Yeah.
And you've observed her on other occasions where she's been upset?
Yes.
Ever anything this traumatic, or was this the first time?
This is probably the most traumatic one I've experienced so far, yes.
All right. Did anything about her behavior or her reaction strike you as unusual?
No.
Were you there when there was a celebration of life held at the Richins house the night after he died?
Yes.
And how many people were there at that event?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. There was a lot of people.
More than 10?
There were people coming in and out the whole time.
All right. Was this something that was planned, like a planned event?
No.
All right. So it was, can you just describe sort of how it started?
People came to show their condolences and grieved at the loss of losing Eric. That's how it began. That's all it was.
All right. And Was there alcohol?
Yes.
What else took place at the event? What were people doing? They were drinking?
We were playing with the kids and talking about memories of Eric.
All right.
Dancing, talking about him, remembering him.
Okay. Would you describe it as an upbeat, happy event?
It was kind of, I don't know. It wasn't a party, if that's what you were trying to ask.
Okay. What would you describe it as?
Remembering his life.
All right. Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1089, just for the witness?
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I took the picture.
All right. And was that taken the night that we were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people in that photo?
I do.
All right. Could we publish, or could I admit and then publish? Defense 1089.
No objection.
Okay, defense 1089 is admitted.
Okay. And maybe if you want to step down just for a minute, if you could tell us who the people are in this room.
I'd rather not.
If you would just stay close to a mic.
I know.
And
I just
then,
realized I didn't have one on.
here you go, Allie. If you'd use that when you testify. Ms. Lewison, you should get near a mic.
All right. Just from left to right, can you tell us who's in the photo?
That's Kouri. I can't remember his name, but that's Eric's best friend.
Can you maybe put the mic up?
That's Eric's best friend. I can't remember his name.
Is that Bryce?
Yeah, that's Bryce. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, that's Bryce. That's Allie, Cody's wife. That's Chelsea, and that's Amy.
Amy?
Eric's sister.
Richins. Okay. You can sit back down. We can take that down. So how long did you stay after Eric passed away?
I stayed overnight that night.
Were you there the next day when Amy Richins came to the house?
Yes, I was.
All right. And were you there when Kouri was trying to get into a safe that belonged to Eric?
I was.
Do you know why Kouri was trying to get into the safe?
Excuse me, yes.
Why was she trying to get into the safe?
She wanted to see what his will said.
And did she know the will was in the safe, or do you not know?
No, she knew it was in there.
All right. And then what happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, was she able to get into the safe?
She was not. She didn't know the code.
And then was there a conversation about her not getting into the safe?
Objection, foundation as it relates to hearsay.
All right. Who was present when she was trying to get into the safe?
She wasn't even in there at first.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
Kouri wasn't even in there. It was
Who was in there at first?
her brother and the locksmith.
Okay. So a locksmith was called to try and open the safe.
Yes.
All right. And then what happened after that, Court?
Amy and Bryce were leaving, and Amy saw the logo on the side of the truck and ran into the garage to stop Kouri from getting into the safe.
Do you know why she was trying to stop Kouri from getting into the safe?
Because Amy was...
Foundation.
Yeah. It's speculation. How?
Well, if she knows why.
But how she knows is the genesis of the foundation and speculation objection.
You were there, correct?
I was.
And you saw the reactions of everyone in the room.
I did.
And you saw Kouri become very upset. Did you see Kouri become very upset?
I did.
Do you know why Kouri was upset?
Yeah, because she was told that it was not her.
Objection.
If you'd stop there, calls for hearsay. Sustained.
You did see Kouri's reaction.
I did.
To not being able to get into the safe. Let me rephrase that. You saw Kouri's reaction based on what was going on regarding the safe.
I did.
And you saw her, well, tell me, what was her reaction?
Pure frustration and rage.
Rage?
Yeah.
Was she crying?
Yes. She was shaking.
And in your opinion, was that reaction over the top?
No, I thought she was valid.
Did you think she was unreasonably out of control?
No.
Was that reaction unexpected, given what was going on in the room?
No.
Okay. Just one moment. Or if I just have a moment.
Of course.
Let's go back to what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth regarding the sandwich. So when you were there, you said that Eric said, what did Eric say to you again about the sandwich?
You better be
Can you
careful.
clarify the question, please?
Yes, you were talking about when Eric got sick from a sandwich.
Or on redirect.
Right, you talked about that with Mr. Bloodworth.
Morin.
I did.
And he told you, what did he tell you?
That he believed that Kouri had tried to poison him.
Okay. Did he tell you, I believe Kouri tried to poison me, or did he say to you, did Kouri tell you she tried to poison me?
No. He said, he said Kouri tried to poison him.
All right, and who was there? Kouri was there?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
She was laughing and she said that's not what happened.
And what did happen?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
he took a bite of the sandwich and got an allergic reaction and had to shoot himself with an EpiPen.
Okay, so they talked about that there was an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Was everyone laughing?
Yes, we were all laughing and we jokingly said, "Don't eat what Kouri feeds you."
Okay. And did Eric appear upset about what had happened prior with the sandwich?
No.
Did he seem scared about what had taken place?
No.
How are he and Kouri getting along when you were there that last visit?
They seemed better than I'd seen them in a long time.
Okay. And with that, I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Staking?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ma'am, let me make sure I understand the travel to Hawaii. Am I right that it was funny at the time because Kouri did not get caught with the gummies in her luggage, but it would have been less than funny if she had got caught? Is that the joke?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Could you ask that again?
You said they were, Eric and you and Kouri and everybody were joking about Eric putting weed gummies in Kouri Richins' luggage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the joke that it was funny because she didn't get caught?
No, it was funny because she didn't know.
I see. Okay. Can we turn to the gathering on March the 5th, 2022, right? The day after Eric Richins' death?
Okay.
And you and others, many friends of Eric, some of Eric's family members, I think were there, right?
Yes.
And people were drinking and toasting Eric.
Yes.
People were also using weed gummies that night too, as well?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
That photo you showed, or you looked at, it was labeled Exhibit 1089. That was at the beginning of the evening?
No, that was towards the end. It was I don't know. It was mid-evening.
Okay, there came a time, right, when Mr. Knutson removed his pants?
Sorry, who?
Do you know who Bryce Knutson is, the
I
guy
know
in that photo?
Bryce. I don't know his last name.
Okay, did there come a time when he removed his pants at that celebration?
Not that I remember, but probably.
Okay. Do you remember if the photo was before or after that?
It was before he was dressed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-8, please?
Well, quite a celebration of life. It's not the kind I have.
The witness can see it.
Ma'am, do you recognize that photo, or that video rather, as an accurate depiction of what was occurring in parts of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to move 8-8 into evidence, but ask the court not to publish it.
That's
What the state's
interesting.
going to do is prepare a vision of that blurs out the face of any children, and then publish that to the jury at a different time.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. The
That makes
forthcoming version of 8-8 that blurs out any minor children is admitted. We'll publish it later.
Thank you, sir. Scott, can you bring up 8-8 Delta 2, please?
Are you able to see it? Steve? Okay. Is this supposed to be moving, Scott?
Your Honor, it's not. It is
Okay.
a still frame from that video. The state moves 8-8D2 into evidence.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. 8-8D2, you're going to mark this later with a sticker?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach to have a common understanding on something?
Sure.
Doing it again. He wants to be sure he stays out of trouble with his questions, so he's getting an advance read. Which, is, you have to say, is a safe way to do it. Well, this time they're obeying orders. I saw a note in the chat before saying the judge said we don't want a crowd up here, just the lawyer who's handling the witness. And we were getting crowds up there. Maybe the judge admonished them again when they were at sidebar, because this time it's only the one defense lawyer who's up there, and I believe it's only the one prosecutor. So maybe they were, I shouldn't say admonished, maybe they were reminded of what they were supposed to do. So let me check to see if there are questions coming. No, I don't see any questions here. Let me check over here. I think the fact you don't have questions shows that you're really following what's going on. You always follow what's going on, but I mean, you're able to really make sense of it, which is great. You don't need me. Oh, here's a question. Kouri told so many, this is Angela McCartan, Kouri told so many lies in those calls. If she had 11 million in assets, then just buy another house or stay in the house until the children are over 18. Well, that's true. I was also thinking that if she really had those assets, she wouldn't need the state to be providing her lawyers for this trial. Yeah. So, okay, let's see. That's it. I don't see anything else. So it was quite a tribute to, and here's Beach Hamilton, a new STS member. Let me say thank you for STS, I'm sure they really welcome the support. And people keep asking who's sitting behind the defendant. I don't know. I don't know what her mother looks like, so I can't say whether her mother was there. I don't know if her brother is there, and the defense may be calling the brother, and if so, then he wouldn't be there. They had that agreement right at the beginning of the trial about letting family members sit, but I don't know whether it covered everybody. So you would think that her mother is there, but I really truly don't know what her mother looks like, nor do I know what her brother looks like. So I'm unable to really answer that question. Yeah, and I see the chat reminding everybody that there's no court tomorrow. Okay, now Govinda J.I. says, did she hear correctly that Bryce removed his pants? That's what the prosecutor said. That's what I said. It's not like a celebration of life or wake that I've ever attended. Yeah. Okay, I don't see any. How can they just put gummies through, get pot gummies through security? I don't know. Well, the X-ray machine is not going to spot them, right? And so I don't know. I mean, they usually don't have drug sniffing dogs. They typically don't open luggage. So I don't want to encourage anybody to be carrying drugs, but I'm not so sure how hard it would be to do it. Unless you meet some sort of profile and they're actually at the airport, checking. And I don't think they do that regularly at every airport. So, but that evidence about both of them smoking or chewing gummies, I don't know whether you chew them or
Mr.
smoke.
Bloodworth, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
Contradicts the witnesses who say they never saw Eric using any kind of drug.
Just going back to the night of the wake.
Mm-hmm.
And have you been to wakes before?
Yeah.
Or was that your first one?
No, I've been to wakes before.
And was anything about this unusual to you?
No.
This is how you've seen people at other wakes right after a loved one had died. Fair?
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
Kouri happy that night?
No, we were trying to be happy for the kids. We were trying to stay positive and keep it light.
Okay, so
for her kids.
And that's fair. And you said you spent the night at the house.
I did.
Who else spent the night at the house that night? Do you know?
Yes, Amy did, and so did Bryce, and I believe Chelsea did as well.
Okay, so just the four of you. Other adults went home. Then the kids were there.
Yeah. Yes,
All
and
right.
the kids were there.
Do you recall that Kouri left that event early to go to bed with one or more of the children?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, we may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your time. Please travel safely. You're free to go.
Look at the big smile now that she's off the
Should
stand.
we talk about scheduling or?
Yes, sir. Let's talk scheduling.
Yeah, I think a brief scheduling discussion would be appropriate. Ms. Nestor, do you mind?
Yes, sir. Another? I thought he had a scheduling discussion earlier. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, Dom's mom said she put a question in the chat. She appreciates it. I didn't see it. I can go back and look. I'm sorry, but I don't see a question, Dom's mom. And I'm going back pretty far now. I apologize. You may have to repeat the question because I've gone back quite a ways now and I don't spot.
Rather than use the next 15 minutes to begin the next witness and then have to take a break. We'll just start with that next witness on Monday morning. Scheduling reminder, no trial tomorrow, Friday, March 6th. We will be in recess until Monday morning, 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Over the next 3 days, please make an effort to not watch, listen, or read anything related to this case. It takes affirmative action, so please be diligent. Please do not speak about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about the case to you. That requires affirmative action as well. And please don't do any searches or research about the case in any way. Please enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please travel safely.
Okay, that
Rise
makes
to the jury.
if they wouldn't start a witness and only have 15 minutes to deal with the witness. Although it's 12:25, I mean, you know what I mean, with 6 to 4:25. So what do they do? End at 4:45? It wouldn't be 15 minutes if they go to 5. And it wouldn't be 15 minutes if they go to 4:30. So I don't know what he's talking about 15 minutes.
All right, have a seat, folks. Thank you. Counsel, I have a question that I need to ask you in a private session because it has to do with minor children.
Okay.
And I can't be doing that in a public session.
Okay.
Anything else on the record today before I do that, Mr. Bloodworth?
A brief disclosure, Your Honor. Yesterday evening, Crystal Bowman Carter, who had testified.
What happened? That wasn't going to be private, so why did we lose the feed? I don't understand. That was something about testimony from that had already occurred. It didn't sound like it had anything to do with not talking about minor children. All children are minors, not talking about minors. Okay, wonder if she was able to speak to what Eric said, but other witnesses couldn't due to the hearsay rule. I don't know that she spoke about what Eric said so much as talking about the reactions to it. You're right that now that I think about it a little, she did talk about him making the joke. And it's got to fall in under some hearsay exception. And it may have come in to explain Kouri's reaction and that everybody thought it was a joke and it wasn't said seriously. And so it wouldn't come in for the truth of the matter. And that's the way all of this has come in when it's been testimony from someone who's not on the stand or statements by someone who's not on the stand. They come in, if it's the defendant, it's not hearsay. For others, there's a hearsay exception that covers it. So the ones where we're not hearing it there is no hearsay exception. For those where we are hearing it, it's a hearsay exception. And remember, we got somewhere it was.
Anything else on the record today before I do that, Mr. Bloodworth?
A brief disclosure, Your Honor. Yesterday evening, Crystal Bowman Carter, who had testified, notified my office that she had an appointment scheduled with the spouse of a juror that had been scheduled before testimony. The spouse of the juror called her office and said, "Hey, do you still want me to come in or not?" Crystal Bowman Carter advised the potential client, "No, do not come in until after the trial." And that's where it stands. I forwarded Crystal Bowman Carter's text message disclosing this to the defense.
Okay. Anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
Do you know if that appointment was made before the trial started?
It was.
No?
Okay. Anything else in the remaining public session today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. If I can have counsel in the litigation teams stay put. Everybody else, 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy your weekend.
Okay. So we came back on and got this on a taped review, and that was really just in an absolute excess of caution because there was nothing in that exchange from the juror's spouse and the witness, except the spouse having the sense to say, "My wife is on the jury, and should I still come in?" Really very, very smart. Nurse Kristen, thanks so much for the gift. I really do appreciate it. And same thing with CMBBBY. I would like to call you CM Libby, but there's no L there. C Bibibi? I could do that. C Bibi, thank you too. You're both very generous. Has been a lot of people today, so thank you everyone. So any remaining questions from anyone? We're going to start at 8:30 on Monday, so we're back to the original schedule. I see something here. Let's see. 7 p.m. Oh, that's right. There's a show upcoming at 7. I think Joel talked about it. So STS is doing a show coming up shortly. And I don't know if COE knows what it is that the show will be about, because Joel mentioned 2 or 3 different things that it might be. And I don't know what you settled on. But, you can go, okay, there you go. An update on Nancy Guthrie. So that's probably very interesting. That case is really, I think, just interesting, sad, and I could think of other adjectives, but I won't. So there you go. So you want an update on Nancy Guthrie, and I assume most of you do, many of you do, all of you do. You need to stick around, or you can't stick around, but go out and go into the STS link. And that would be great. And I'm sure they will appreciate it. And I'm sure that show is going to be very interesting. STS shows always are. Okay, so let me see if there are any questions here. And the question is whether that witness helped either side. To the extent she said they were using gummies, that does undercut the state witnesses that said they had never seen Eric use any kind of drug. It also supports Kouri's claim that Eric was hiding his drugs in her suitcase. There's an independent witness who's saying that. I don't know whether there's much more that moves the ball for the defense or hurts the state much. Certainly by itself, it isn't enough to undercut the state. Okay. All right, we don't need that comment. I'm looking for. See, Mabibi says she tried to sign up in Gmail, and this is what I got, but I don't see anything that you got. Tried to change it, but found out it's not easy. If Amber is still on the chat, she may be able to understand what you're saying you weren't able to do, because I don't, and I wouldn't know how to fix it, but I don't even see anything there that says what you got. So I apologize. If you're talking about my Gmail, it's profjoexplains@gmail.com. And it should work because I get email through that. Okay. And so I don't know that witness really helped or hurt much on either side. I'm actually a little surprised that the state called her. But, and I can't explain necessarily why the state did call her, actually. I'd have to think about it a little. But I don't think she helped. I don't think she hurt. Okay. I don't see it. Waited a little to see if there are any questions. I don't see any. So I will see you at 8:30 on Monday with Joel, I assume, and at 7 Eastern time. 10:30 Eastern time on Monday. 8:30 if you're in Utah. But I will see you at 8:30 Eastern time, and 7 p.m. Eastern time. Joel has a show, so I think you will probably want to go over there and watch it. So ciao a tutti. Thank you for the birthday wishes, and I hope you have a very nice long weekend. Bye.